Hello.
I am a great magician.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello. How's it going? Oh, fine. I guess I'll just leave then. Let's try that again. Hello, how's it going? Happy time zone.
Hello.
Alright, who's around? I see Wormuncher, Magna. See Hanataro, Corvocation, Saucy Sorcerer. See Sergi. Hey, yeah, welcome. Getting sleepy? Glad you started stream. All right. You've amended your ways. You no longer. Yeah. Insight check needed. I'd say it's a fail. I don't know. Whatever. Let's go and sleep. You might go and lie down for a few hours to try and rest. Oh, yeah, get good rest. Yeah, Corvocation, hey. Yeah, this will be the last stream for about a week or so. I'll be going away this weekend, so I'll need a bit of time. I'll be starting that trip late in the week, so I'll need time the next couple of days to finish up some things and get ready for that. So we'll make today the last stream before I take that short break. And then, of course, there's no guarantee that I'll stream as soon as I get back. So it could be, yeah, could be a week to 2 weeks before you see another stream, depending on how I'm feeling next week after I have to catch up with having a few days off work. So, yeah, have a good time. Yeah, cheers. Yeah. Yeah, I'll be going to one of the wine regions around South Australia. Just, yeah, it's an Airbnb, so it's got air conditioning, which was my minimum requirement for. So there'll be some food. There'll be a little wine, like a guided wine tour in there, so don't have to worry about driving. But otherwise, just a bit of relaxing. Okay, yeah. I don't know, I'll miss being able to just zone out in front of my computer, but it'll be a good alternative. Plus there should be some, like, I'm not a huge fan of wine and I'm not a huge aficionado of it. I don't know my way around all the terminology and the tastes and all that. I've done a few tours in the past, tastings, cellar door visits, that sort of stuff. But really, it's just like I know, like I can taste a wine and like it or not, and that's about it. And then I can say I want more like that, which tends to be red wine rather than white. But when it comes to beers, I'm a bit more educated, a bit more picky. But thankfully, there'll be some good beers in the area too. Usually to start with is distinguishing from red from white. Yep, that's red. Too bad if you're red-white colorblind. But yeah, then it's gets into more like is it like heavier, like richer, peppery, or is it like a lighter red? And it's like there's so many variations, and Australia has a lot of its own varieties as well. Many of them are borrowed from Europe and US, but then they become their own thing here because they're grown in different conditions and different soils, different water, and yeah. Sommelier, and even you didn't know everything. Yeah. It's very regional as well. Australian wines are a mystery, right? But yeah, you're a sommelier once. Nice. But yeah, I can describe what I like about wines when I have it. It's instead it's just like flatly like yes or no. It's more like oh, I like this about it, I like that about it, I like this about it. And yeah, I tend to go for wines that are richer, just because it feels more worth it to me. Like if I'm going to have a red wine, I want it to like sit on it for a while. You know, the lighter wines just tend to just sort of pound them back. It's just too easy to do that. And a red is more like especially like a rich red, like a Shiraz or a, what's the type? It's Tempranillo, I think, is one that I'm thinking of. Not super rich, but on that end of the spectrum. Frisky Rosé, that's one of the lighter ends, I think, isn't it? Well, it's like half white, half red, I think. I'm a bit of a sucker for what are they called? Bubbly reds, so carbonated red wines, it's a bit unusual, but there's a winery in the Hunter Valley outside of Sydney called Peterson's House or something. And that's what they specialize in, like bottle fermented red wine. So they make the wine up as usual, and then they'll put it in bottles and they'll ferment it at that point to carbonate it, like you might to bottle condition a beer. And then I remember them explain, like I was asking how they do it, how they get it carbonated and in the bottle, because they were like, they don't do forced carbonation, they do something with the yeast inside the bottle, and then it involves something like freezing. I think they said freezing the top of it so that they could open it up and do something with it and then close it up again. I can't remember now. I'd have to find it out. But next time I'm in that region, which will probably be never, I'd like to visit that place again because Peterson's Houses, their wines are really good. I've still got a couple in the cupboard. It was like they had like a fizzy Barbarossa, which was again probably a region-specific variety. But yeah, like it's these like it's so weird to have these rich reds that are also then carbonated. And of course, you're meant to chill them before you have them. But yeah, Kieran, hey, fizzy red wine, yeah. Still, like I'm talking now, and it feels like I still have a bit of a blocked nose, which is kind of weird. Like I did on last time I streamed as well. What was that, Saturday? I think Saturday my time. And I came away from that not having feeling like I had a cold or anything, but Sunday I was so tired, so fatigued. I don't know. It's like I think I'd maybe had a couple of low sleep nights, and it's just sort of caught up to me. And Sunday I just could not do anything. So maybe I did have a mild cold or something in that, like just because that can do fatigue without all the other symptoms. Just rearranging my mouse on my desk because I had it plugged in to recharge. I think that's enough for now. Yeah, like I was sitting in front of my computer trying to just like sort of lazing around for a bit. I couldn't do anything. I was like drifting off to sleep. It was like midday. But I didn't want to go to bed and have a nap because I'd probably sleep for too long and then not sleep Sunday night. And then, so yeah, last night. And then I went to bed. I want to say I went to bed before 11 and then woke up at 8:30 or so. So probably had a good like 9+ hours sleep. So I guess I needed it. You enjoyed young green white, yeah, wines that are naturally carbonated. Yeah, haven't tried red ones, but why not? Yeah. Everyone you know gets cold at the same time from UK to Australia. Yeah, well, you know, it's certainly not related to the temperature. It's more about what cold is a viral infection, so it just goes around. You know, people travel around, and people are traveling around the world constantly. But yeah, I thought I'd also make today the last day that we look at Alchemy Factory, because I was playing around a little bit yesterday, in between fucking dozing off. I couldn't really think straight in terms of factory building. Because I was thinking about what to do next after the stream that we had, and I think we got. Maybe I'll load up the game in the background to remind me. Continue maybe. Oh, that's right. I had two options. Well, let's get over there. We're no longer standing by. But there's a couple of reasons why I think I'm going to stop playing it now. At least on stream. Because I came up against something that was like, oh, I don't know how I feel about this in terms of gameplay, like progression, mechanics, whatever. And it might be something that if I invest too much time into looking at, that they just change, kind of, and invalidate that time that I spend learning about it. So yeah, I was looking at contracts, and the next contract is to do gloom spores, which is there, which would produce a whole bunch of wood. And there, I can't remember exactly right now. I'll probably remember as we start talking and looking around here, but there was something else that I was looking to pair that up with that would consume it for charcoal, and I think it might have been blast powder. So I think I was looking into making blast powder, and then and basically looking to go up to the next and possibly final fuel production. Just as I was, a good time actually, just as I was just taking a break from, or moving away from yapping to going over here. Wait, it's chill time, not scrim time. Yeah, welcome on in, everyone. My name's Gwillem. Welcome to the lair. How's it going? I got a shout out for you in a second. Yeah. Come back to the desk briefly while I do this. Yeah, Ostrich, Elixperth, Griffin, Phyllis, Ford, Fire. Hey, how's it going? Get some Noida in there. Nice. Very good. Very tired. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, if you need to raid and run, because it's late and all that, Much love, folks that need to see you. Yeah. Fancy little virtual space. Yeah. Yeah, this is my lair. The lair, our virtual thing. Pay attention to this stuff. I think I moved over a little bit too far. There we go.
I am a great magician.
It's not outside your capacity. Yeah, so I was just about to get back into playing some Alchemy Factory, but it might be the last time that I look at it for a while. It's also going to be the last time that I look... it's only going to be the last time that I stream for about a week or so, because I'm just going on a break away. But yeah, my clothes are dither. So just give me 1 second. Alright. Does amazing work and now has impeccable style. And now I have impeccable style. Now, not before though. Alright. Before it was still... But yeah, anyway, like I said, if anyone needs to raid and run because it's late, they're tired, whatever... dither included, of course. Make sure you do post-stream self-care and all that. It's important. I'm just getting started. And I was just about to talk about why I probably won't be playing this game again for a little while. Which maybe if you haven't been watching the stream or you haven't been following this game at all, might... Like, the things I say now might be a bit of a turn-off, but I'll say that I've put 110 hours into this game so far at early access, and it's like about $20 US, or not even that. So it's been well worth it. But I'm now coming up to like towards late game stuff, and something I've come across is like, I'm not sure about that in terms of how factory games work. So I'm hoping I'm going to step away from it for a while and let them do their updates, and maybe this is something that they change, or if they don't change it, then it's like, okay, well, I can come back to it later anyway and learn about it then, instead of putting time into it now where it's probably heavily subject to change. Now it's inarguable. Yeah. Tom helps with a lot of early access. Yeah, exactly. Denton, hey, how's it going? And feedback too. Yeah, so we'll see. So like the main ingredients to things in this game are money, because you can basically buy things out of a portal here, purchasing portal, and you run money into it and raw ingredients can come out of it. The other ones being fertilizer for plants there, which I'm throwing in somewhere, yeah, here, growth potions. And the other one being fuel, which is coke powder. And I was looking into making the final sort of version of fuel that they have in the game, which I believe is this blast potion, heat value, whatever. And it's like, okay, making brandy is fine, making black powder, that's going to consume a fair bit of stuff, but overall it's kind of fine. But looking into this, the Oblivion essence to make blast powder, it's like it's getting to the realm of magic stuff, and it's like, okay, how does that work? When I actually started looking into it, it absolutely burns through fuel to make this thing. It's like, let me see if I can put it down somewhere. All right, but yeah, lurking for yeah, be well. Yeah, have a good one, Dither. Appreciate the raid. This is the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. So this game has its own soundtrack, but it's a bit limited, a bit too chill, and the game also mutes itself when you it loses focus. And there's no option for that at the moment. which is a big no-no for any game that wants to be streamed. So at least have that as an option to not mute on loss of focus. So I'm just deciding to play music, and the Dwarf Fortress music goes well, you know. So yeah, see if I can find this. Where's this paradox thing? Okay, this paradox crucible goes on top of any heat source. And so far we've had things like this crucible consuming heat at 4.0 p per second, which I think is shorthand for like pyra or something like that. This stackable crucible consumes it a bit more. There's some other things like the smelters here, 9, so on and so forth. This paradox crucible consumes speed at 1200 p per second. Like, that's an insane jump. And basically means that you do anything in there, like I put a regular, like the current coke powder fuel in there. And then like the point of this paradox crucible is it can refine any material into oblivion essence. And different materials will take different amounts of time to refine. So I think that the way it works is the more valuable a material that you put in is the less time it takes to refine to that oblivion essence, and so it spends less fuel. Bearing in mind that you need an oblivion essence to make blast powder. So one oblivion essence per blast powder. So let me just take that and turn that around, and you can't hand feed into it, unfortunately, so you need to make a little thing to demonstrate stuff. Just how much fuel that is per second. Do I have something that's running over here already? Yeah, so these smelters are going, and you can see the fuel, you know, gradually going down. But not very quick, right? Also, the game doesn't lock its mouse to its screen properly. But that's just some minor early access things. Don't need that. Yeah, so the music is, it's not strictly the Dwarf Fortress playlist, Dwarf Fortress soundtrack. It's the playlist that I use whenever we play Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, includes that, but isn't strictly that. Anyway, yeah, so if I put in, say, something I've got an abundance of. Actually, I have too much bronze at the moment. I've got it all backed up here. So let me put in some bronze ingots into there. That'll get fed into here. It lights up, and oh, there goes that fuel being absolutely deleted for making an oblivion essence every 10 seconds or so, every 9.7 seconds, and all that fuel's gone. So that's that coke powder fuel at whatever efficiency bonus that is. So it's nearly 1,000 heat value. The next one up from that is black powder, which is 3,000 without efficiency bonuses. Call it 5,000. That's not even that big of a difference there. Like, that lasting 5 times longer at that speed is not really going to make much of a difference. And yeah, that produced 1 oblivion essence. That was burning through 2 or 20 of these coke powders. Then the next one up from that is the blast potion. That is basically just blast potion plus black powder plus this brandy, which is pretty easy to make. Just coke powder and wine for some reason. But yeah, this is an alchemy game, so you know the ingredients don't always make sense. And even with blast potions in there, it still doesn't last that long. And I think you're not really expected to use an ingredient as valuable as bronze ingot if you want to have a consistent output of this oblivion essence for producing a lot of blast potions to use as fuel everywhere else. One of the setups I saw was you feeding fertilizer into one of these nurseries that we have automated here, like this, like that, and you use, I think it's lavender. Yeah, I think lavender seeds with you put growth potions in there, and it outputs them at a fairly high rate. And the growth potions aren't too bad to produce. I'm already producing like half a belt's worth per minute. Then you feed that into the Paradox Crucible and just keep churning out Oblivion Essences. But that needs so much fuel to go through it that you basically need to have a Oblivion, like a blast, what I'm saying, a blast potion set up in place already to make the Oblivion Essence to make blast potions, which then led me down the obvious route then of like a self-fueling setup, right? Like the fuel making area that I have is down here currently, which I've actually now duplicated, though I'm not using both lanes at the moment. But this takes money in and processes coal to ultimately make coke powder, but it needs fuel itself, so it needs a little bit of a kickstart to get going, and then feeds a bit into itself, but then it's quite readily self-powering, right? Sure, this town got plenty of kids to send to the mines for your shop coal needs. Yeah, well, as far as I know, I don't really know where it comes from. It just comes out of this portal for about 5 silver a piece. So I could imagine a similar arrangement for this sort of thing, but for blast potions, right? So you're making all the black powder and the brandy, and then tying it somehow into something that makes Oblivion Essence all in one little area, and it consumes its own blast powder. So it consumes its own blast potion to then make more Oblivion essences, and then whatever's left over that isn't fueling itself is the output. All right. So this was sort of the stage of the game where I was like, it's early access. I don't want to try and devise too much about this stage of the game by myself, and started looking at other people's designs for things as a bit of an inspiration. As a wooden amoeba encroach further upon the town, I haven't done any more with that because we reached a limit. So, I stopped. But the building that we're in is it's going up mostly squared off rather. Yeah, so that's our construction. So give me a moment. Shame. Oh, yeah, maybe. We ended up getting these metals reinforced supports here, these pillars. So maybe they could afford more growth outwards, but I don't know. I'm just checking if I got any of these quests that I can do. I could do that one, but it's not really worth it. Can't do that one. All right. Sit out next to Muldrum's shop here that's going unused. Or maybe he's getting a cut of all the portal bought stuff. What was I going to say? So when I went looking around at other people's designs, they were... I think I started looking into my own one, like sketching it. Let me see. It might have been near that fuel area, actually. So what's this? That's steel. That's existing fuel. what's up from here? Started making something here. Oh yeah, I did. So that'd be the advanced blender where blast potions come out, and they need the black powder and brandy. And this, it's like you need to run that at 10 per minute. You need 20 per minute of black powder. Each one of these would do 10 per minute of black powder each for a total of 20. So then they need lime water, which is pretty easy. I was going to put it just down, well, over here actually, because I've got like a big liquids production area, because liquids are quite easy to distribute around in pipes, and they don't often have interactions with other processes. So I thought, okay, I'll centrally locate all those liquids and just feed them to where they're needed. And then I went looking into the sulfur powder needed for these. So it's like I need 10 per minute of sulfur powder, which is, I don't think I started sketching that. Yeah, sulfur powder is made from sulfur, which you make from pyrite ore, which is bought as a raw material from one of those portals. And putting the pyrite ore through a smelter results in sulfur and an iron ingot, or is that, I'm reading that right? Yeah. Somehow that outputs onto the belt as a combination of, looks like maybe 3 to 1. Yeah. So yeah, 1 bit of sulfur and 3 iron ingots, as a result of processing pyrite ore. So there was, I think that I didn't bother sketching that out because that's a whole rabbit hole there of like what to do with the excess iron there, because it's like these pyrite ores. I was thinking about the cost of this and reliving the experience of this setup that we have crushing rock salts into salt, and the rock salt itself is really expensive to buy, like 9 silver. And that ended up being a significant amount of the costs to make brine for other stuff here. Yeah. And then I ended up figuring out like a big, more cost-efficient way of doing that. Just needed a lot more machinery. And all of this only matches about, I think about a third of that capacity over there. But thankfully, this is actually doing the baseline of work. So I've got like the salt coming off that is buffering up in these chests, and when brine's actually needed, then yeah, we're using a lot of buffered up cheap production salt, as opposed to spending over here. But this is more like the on-demand, like peak capacity stuff that's expensive, but hopefully kicks in not very often. You can buy a building underneath one of the edges and use that to build a support pillar. Yeah, you can buy stuff over that way. So everything that was going out there, those buildings are for sale. So you could keep doing that, but you can't do that over here. This is like the limit. There's no matter how high I go up, it seems to just be blocked there. So I think there's an absolute build limit, and then there's a build limit that's imposed on your ability to support it from underneath. I wonder if the rock salt can be used for other things without turning it into rock salt first. Not yet. No. That's it. Rock salt grinds into salt and sand. So the sand output we're refining down to something called shards, which can be used for other things. Kibby, hey, how's it going? So with all that, that's a bit of a rambling thing. It's like the complexity of all that and what to do with the excess iron so that I don't waste money on the pyrite and just throwing the iron away led me to looking into like, okay, well, how are other people doing this? You know, people obviously are making blast powder. I even saw a design for like a like a self-fueling setup for it that just fits in like a cube. And it turns out that it's using something that the game hasn't really introduced to you much yet, because maybe you only start caring about it this stage, and that's the cauldron. Now this is an alchemy game, of course, so I expect a bit of magic involved, or a bit of pseudoscience or whatever. But the sort of optimal and maybe cost-effective setups for everything as you get towards late game seem to be cauldron-based. And I don't just mean using a cauldron in the mix somewhere. I mean chaining together many, many cauldrons to go from one material to another to produce what you need or produce what you want using alchemy. You know, like I said the other day, like the meme that's like aliens, the guy with the hair and it says aliens, it's like alchemy. Now that I'll put one of these down and we can see how it actually works, and I can explain my perhaps reservation with this as a mechanic as it currently stands. So they need heat, and they can be stacked, so you can do like many of them on the one heat source, which is convenient. But the description for it is, because I don't think the game's really required you to use the cauldron for anything up to this point, and I don't think it's even requiring you yet, because apart from like one or two items, I don't know if there's actually anything mentioned that it says it has to be made in a cauldron. -20, damn. Warm me up in a burrito of blanket. Oh, nice. Yeah, so the way the cauldron works is a traditional alchemy device that takes any three materials and refines them into one unknown material. Some old alchemists still insist on using it. And you think the way that that's described, it's like, okay, maybe it's used for some things, or I don't know. I don't know even what else taken away from that, really. But that's quite literally the way it works, in that you put in 3 items and you get out another. And it's not strictly unknown because it's not random. They wouldn't be able to make it completely random, because then it would break the way that factory games are expected to work. You need some sort of predictability around that. So there is a system to it, and of course people have figured that out. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, I put some stone in there, I put, I don't know, gear in there, I put something else that I've got in abundance, and it's cheap, brick. And with that combination of inputs, I'm going to get coke out of it. And that could be anything. And it's all based on every item having a hidden cauldron value, which you could take in as being something like, I don't know, Full Metal Alchemist's like equivalent exchange, right? And what the cauldron does is it adds those values up and then produces the item that is closest to that sum as its output, which could be more valuable or less valuable as far as values go. But the values aren't fully representative of what it might take to make that sort of stuff. Some things are extremely easy to make. Some things are a bit more complex. So you might use it for certain things and not others. For example, plants are extremely easy to make, and some of them are actually a bit on the valuable side, or their subsequent products are pretty valuable. So it turns out like a meta for making blast potions is actually stacking like 6 cauldrons in an arrangement that's puts them nearby each other and feeding the outputs them like between them successively until you end up with black powder after you insert like fertilizer to make plants. But that pattern seems to hold for virtually anything that you want in the game, which is kind of where my problem with how this is done comes in. I think I'm a bit wary of this because there's a couple of things. It's one, it feels like it's invalidating everything that the game has just taught me, that I've spent 100 hours on enjoying building machines that feed into different machines to make like intermediate products and feed out something that I want. And though now it's just magic. It's just random, pseudo randomness and magic. So experimenting for recipes is pretty neat. For me, it wouldn't be, because this is all, I imagine this is all subject to change. And there are thousands of combinations of recipes, if more than that, like however many items that there are, because you can feed practically anything into this and you can feed 3 of them. So, amount of items to the power of 3 or something along those lines. It's an insane amount, and without a system to actually go by, it would be frustrating to make something that you could have just made completely differently, but it was all hidden from you. So it's like, I feel like a bit of a bait and switch has happened here. Not too much in a negative sense. Like, I know that it's got a very negative connotation to it, but it's like the game has set you up to be like a mini factory builder. And then as you get towards this stage of the game, without really preparing you for that early on, apart from the name of the game being Alchemy Factory, right? There's not much of this involved early on. If they had maybe eased the way into this, it'd be a bit different. But it just feels like now there's a big change happening. And I look at the rest that I've done, it's like, oh. So it's like, no, forget about all that. Just do this. Like make a couple of these and stack these and do that and build some other things around it. And it's like, voila, you have whatever you need. Minecraft walked so Factorio could run, and games like this continue the idea of factories about crafting. Yep. Yeah. We're more limited. Yeah, like that's kind of what I feel like. Either more limited or there has to be something else involved. Like what they're missing here is a catalyst. They just have heat and the cauldron. And like there's nothing else here to really justify randomly changing 3 completely unrelated ingredients into something else entirely. So, did I ever play Factorio? I have played it lots on stream, and I've speedrun it on stream, actually. I finished it in like 5.5 hours on stream. I've got something like 3,000 hours in it. So I'm not totally against this mechanic. I just think this is why I'm going to stop learning more about this game, because I feel like this is something that they're going to tune quite heavily. It feels like they've put this in as like because admittedly, like doing something like alchemy, representing this sort of thing in a game is difficult. And someone's actually made a website for cauldron calculator, where you can go in and say, this is probably the best one that I've found for it, but yeah, say I want, so you can't make the potions. I don't know what the limitation is, but you can make black powder, for example. So you can make virtually anything in a cauldron, just not everything. And here you can go and find all the things that would fit in that and start dragging them in, like, say, linen. And then something that's easy to produce as well, like, linen rope. All from the same item. And then chamomile powder. And then you're at your threshold where you put those three things in the cauldron, and out would come black powder. So then all you need is whatever leads up to that. But it might need quite a bit of that. And linen, of course, is a bit of a involved thing to make, but it's not that expensive. It just takes up a lot of space. But you could easily make something else that is easy to make in the cauldron. So where's my linen factory here? I was making bandages somewhere that involves a lot of linen, but that's making, oh yeah, this here. So yeah. Oh, god damn it. 6-7 hand juggling motion. Hey, how's it going? Welcome. This entire rack of stuff here, like that I'll put a belt down next to highlight all that there, is dedicated to making one belt of linen. So 60 a minute of linen. So it's not small, but it's also not taking a lot of complexity. It's just fertilizer in. And all those plants get processed, turned into thread, and then turned into linen. So you could quite easily make, just by copying that, make a full belt of linen just to put into a cauldron. And then you make a similar one and make linen thread next to it. And then you put another planter down to make chamomile. And we're doing chamomile here. This is all chamomile is, just one thing that would produce 60 a minute on its own, and then just have to grind it into powder. And voila, you'd have black powder. And in fact, I'm kind of tempted to do that today. But, sorry, let me check in. Moldrum checking in. Can make it so like gears can't be inserted, only count as their base material, something, yeah. I don't want to think too much down the lines of speculating what they might do or could do, because I was thinking about that and it's like, it's not really worth my time. It's like, but yes, stuff like that. It just feels off. Something's off about cauldrons being able to do basically everything, and yet it would fit the lore of this game being an alchemy factory, right? It just feels set up wrong somehow. Like we've gotten to this point by making stuff like this, and yeah, there's been some weird recipes in there, but nothing's really led up to here to justify how powerful these cauldrons can be. And the cauldrons themselves are so basic in their operation that they're just like, well, that's everything now. You're going to use, if you want to practically make a factory to churn out a lot of stuff, especially some of the later game things that are obscenely expensive, you're probably going to use cauldrons for like cauldron stacks to make everything. And then it's just a matter of figuring out the recipes. But particularly for an early access game, I don't want to figure out those recipes, so I'm going to be looking them up if I do that. Because no doubt those recipes, like as soon as they change this setup at all this is going to go out the window, And that's if they change that. Should be one step of the alchemy aspect. Yeah, like there probably should be some other ingredient involved to make that happen. And yeah, like maybe only able to transmute fairly raw material from like to other raw material, or even like a manufactured material to a raw material. But it doesn't seem to make sense to me to be able to turn, say, let's look at this again. To say, I don't know, what you can you make target output. Okay, so you can't make rivets. Maybe there is already a limitation on manufactured stuff, but this. Find recipes by output. All right, maybe I exaggerated then in that saying that virtually everything, because this seems like maybe this, unless this website is limited somehow, it seems like this is all the things that a cauldron can output. So yeah, planks, charcoal, like all the raw or like one step of processing output, and then some unique, like some magical things here that would be the equivalent of like magical raw material, I suppose. Some achievements for doing odd specific things in a cauldron. Yeah. As many instruments alchemists used. They could use in combination with this to be more fun and interesting. Yeah. And there are some of those in here. You don't need to use them. Like, well, Paradox Crucible, you do. So like you then combine black powder with a Paradox Crucible to, because you need the Oblivion Essence for that. Something else, like some of these, I'm not sure if these are real. Like Athenor, I think Athenor is a real thing, right? It's not a fictional or a like a magical apparatus. Alembics are, I'm pretty sure they're real. Yeah, alchemy's typically been like real devices that are used in pseudo-sciencey ways, right? Alembic, yeah. I've never actually looked up what an alembic is. I just know that there's a guitar brand named Alembic. So that's all I really know. So I assume, yeah. Alchemical still consisting of two vessels connected by a tube, yeah. Distillation of liquids, yep. Furnace used to provide uniform and constant heat for alchemical digestion. Oh, that's at Athenor, yeah. So yes, alembic-based guitars as well. That's all I really know them from. But yeah, like a lot of these actually have their roots in actual science, right? You know, like distillation, alchemical still. Like, forget the fact that it was used in the scope of alchemy. It's like, okay, that's maybe built wrong and built on incorrect principles, but its distillation is real. And I'm almost certain Athenor is as well. It's like a precursor to other things. Yeah, like a tandoor. A tandoori. Tandoor is a clay oven, and variations of this word appeared in Middle Persian. Yeah. Anyway. Old-timey chemistry, exactly. Yeah. So as it stands, the cauldron feels like it's a placeholder for something else that they want to do in the future, which is why I don't really want to spend too much time in like working on it or setting something up or anything like that. Maybe they won't change. Maybe they'll leave it as it is. And if that's the case, I probably won't come back to the game because I'll just leave it at that. Either that or I come back to the game and choose to deliberately play it without using a cauldron. So it's like, oh, we're going to make blast powder without using the cauldron. Okay, cool. And then we'll just use things in between that were alchemical in origin. Something, yeah. All fun and games until you give your little brother and your arm to the alchemy. Yes, yeah. Yeah, I had the stream title. What was it? I think the first time that I streamed this, maybe second time. It's like, no dogs were fused in the making of this game. Early childhood interest in alchemy led me to mixology and cooking. Nice. So yeah, I've really enjoyed the game up to this point until learning about that cauldron stuff. But it's also like something that you could probably just ignore if you really wanted to. But I haven't looked into the very end of the progression tree to see if it just become necessary. Like these things are crafted at advanced Athanor, advanced alembic, advanced blender, shaper, assembler, processor, kiln. Then you get this other thing, arcane processor, which doesn't even say what it is there. It's just advanced processing device. But then it's fairy dusts, yeah, star dusts, eternal catalysts, moon tier. That's all that stuff is made in a blender, shaper, arcane shaper, kiln, advanced assembler. So yeah, I don't think there's anything that actually requires the use of a cauldron. I haven't spotted anything. There may be something in there that I just haven't spotted because there's a lot. And I'm probably not going to go through all of it. So on one hand there is that, but there's the fact that it feels kind of broken or like a placeholder. On the other hand, it also appears to be something you can just ignore if you want. Yeah. And yet, if you don't go down that route, it feels like other things are relatively expensive, like not as anywhere near as profitable. It's like this route that you need to go down to make sulfur powder to make the black powder. So while the charcoal powder and the lime water are two really easy to make things, the sulfur powder is easy, but appears to like it might be quite costly. Yeah, because the cost of that pyrite ore being, I think it said, 11 silver per chunk, which then gives you only 40 silver, but you're left with a whole bunch of iron that you need to find a use for or throw away. So you could potentially recoup those costs if you have a way to make money from your iron ingots. Which, if you were then to set up your factory so that is then your main production of iron, but it might work out well. But at the moment, for a lot of things, I've gone down the path of making like dedicated areas for different things instead of sending things around. Like, Spooky, hey, how's it going? So up here, wherever I'm making steel, for example, is all self-contained. Like this just buys iron ore and changes that into steel. And we're not even really using that much. So if I was to set up something that the output, the byproduct is iron ore, that would then go into the creation of anything that we sell here, like iron nails. There's not much else that we make that relies on iron, if anything, that gets sold. It's like those iron nails and the steel gears, the pulleys don't involve iron, which is kind of weird, but there you go. So I guess the real byproduct usage there would be feeding into something like this, like making the relics. So find a relic that has an iron input, like there was one there, like Mars. Not sure if there are others. So Jupiter, Saturn, Venus is all potions, so it would be Mars, and you'd have to pair that up with production of copper and bronze. There's also pocket watches that use some steel gears, but you probably wouldn't be selling that many. I think that's it. So yeah, I guess that is the way that you would guarantee that byproduct of iron is consumed, as long as you can match it with some bronze input. Or you could just not care about the costs. I guess that's another option too. If you're making enough money elsewhere and all you want to do is make black powder and like fuck the costs, then just do it. Because I think we're running at a profit now. Again, after I changed up the production of brine to not require all the salt rock. So this should be over 1,000 in here. It's 1,109. Plus whatever we've got coming out of the contract stuff, which I think is not there. Boing. Not there. One more up. There's a little box here that I keep having to empty out manually. 864, yeah, so technically this is sitting at like, the last time I put money in here was to keep it at 1,000, and now it's now I'm actually got a stack of silver in my inventory, so there should be what, 300, about that, 1,900. So I could probably make black powder and eat the cost of the pyrite without making use of the iron. But to do that, I'd probably first want to have the next contract being fulfilled, which is the gloom powder production. Which maybe we'll look at doing that today. This is gloom fungus. To gloom spores, rather. Because I am actually making that somewhere already, just not at a big, it's not at a high rate. What am I using it for? Oh yeah, making the transformation potions. Wherever that's happening. It's been a while since I've looked for that. I'll have to follow the trail back somewhere. Where are you? Transformation potions, you're coming from up there. Somewhere. I have no bouncy thing here. Whoops. This... Is that you? I think it's this. Yeah. Yeah. So we're making gloom spores here at 10 a minute, but it's being used for the transformation potions when that's actually being used, which it's not. We don't have an easy way to adjust this to get the excess out. It's like it's very tightly packed in there. I have enjoyed this aspect of the game, like making little 3D puzzles or solving little 3D puzzles. So maybe I'll just try and keep playing it without caring about the cauldron. I might just pretend that cauldrons don't exist, maybe. But I'll probably do that in my own time between other streams, because it might be something where I just sit there and think about things in silence for a while and click a thing every minute or so when I want to make a change. Otherwise, I just look at and kind of enjoy. But what's the contract output rate for gloom spores? I'm pretty sure it's pretty high. Yeah, so we need 1,600 a day. And our working hours are, I think the day starts at 6 a.m. And we sleep. We've got our sleep upgrade here. Oh yeah, that's right. I was thinking about making pocket watches just because you only need 2 to make the inventory upgrade. In fact, can I fucking do that? What do I need? I can just do that now. What am I waiting for? It's upgrade my inventory. What was it again? Steel gears, copper bearings, and glass. I might even have them in my inventory. I do. What am I doing with a non-upgraded inventory like a chump? Advanced assembler. Let's fix that so I can... And to think, I was actually thinking about setting up a thing to make them. I didn't realize that you only needed 2. Advanced assembler. Can I put in straight into that? Yes. Let me just... limit how many I put in there so I can control it. Okay. Good. And yeah, you can make these to sell as well. More inventory. Done. There's even a level 6. Okay, that needs obsidian and lapis lazuli. Both made in advanced Athenors from... So obsidian needs oblivion essence and pretty well refined shards and something I can't remember the name of. Something catalyst. Yeah, I won't be making them for a while. Potion belt needs blast potions, and gloves I'm not caring about because it's just the only thing gloves seem to do is increase the speed at which you can put items on these shelves by hand, which is something you probably shouldn't be doing. All right, yeah, so with a potion belt upgrade, we're currently at -6 hours. So we only need 2 hours of sleep, I guess. So I think our working day is from 6 a.m. to 4 a.m. So we have 20 hours to work in, which is actually 20 minutes. So what was that? I think it was 1,800 a minute. And you probably want a bit of leeway here instead of going for exactly 20 minutes, but 1,600. So call it 18 hours or 18 minutes instead of 20, just in case you 18 or 1,600 divided by 18, you'd want to be producing 88 per minute, or 88, 89. If you went for 20 hours or 20 minutes, you'd be wanting to make 80. So yeah, it's not much of a difference. You may as well be going for that 80 figure, or if it's probably 90 is probably, all those gloom spores are made at a rate of, I think it was 10 a minute. I'll go upstairs and have a look, or maybe I can make them here. Where are you? Let's click on that. So the gloom spores are made one every 4 seconds, so that's 15 a minute, I think. So yeah, the closest multiple of that would be 90. Yeah, 15 a minute per assembler, though you could ratio that down if you want to simplify the inputs to match exactly like 80 or something like that, but you're probably better off just making 96 of these assemblers. And all of the inputs that would be required for that, which would basically be most of this. Whatever's going into there that's not that. So yeah, not the coke powder. So it wouldn't be this coal, I think. It wouldn't be this. It would be that nursery, and it would be this table saw set up around here, but then you'd have a big surplus of wooden planks. We should have to figure out something to do, because that would not feed into making that unless you try and use it for fuel, I guess. But even then, you'd have a surplus, I think, because there's not many furnaces involved in this. I think the mushrooms come straight from the table saw, and it's only this furnace for making plant ash from sage, which is used to make the yeast powder. Yeah. Because it needs the plant ash with the linseed oil, makes the soap, and you grind the soap down and combine that with the fruit wine, which makes the yeast powder, which is what goes in to there with the gloom fungus to make the gloom spores. But everything behind here, I can't just copy paste this and make a new one, because this is actually ratioed down. Everything in here is only running at a rate to power this partially, because the output of that is 15 a minute, but the input to the transformation potion thing is 10. So I cut down all these inputs by a third. So we're not getting 15 a minute yeast powder, we're only getting 10 and 20 a minute gloom fungus. So you want to make a full 15 minutes and run that out to put all that into the contract dispatcher. You'll need that fully loaded. I guess we can have a look at that, because so far, yeah, the contract has been pretty good in terms of money. Other things sell well, but it's a bit inconsistent, and you need to sell a lot of variety of items to make up for what you would, or to make like similar amounts of what you would make selling the one item many times over the wholesale contract. So yeah, I'm thinking about setting up this now so that I can make money to not care about spending it on pyrite, basically. So that I can make black powder without resorting to using cauldrons, because I think at this point I just want to ignore the fact that the cauldron exists in its current form. Okay, so we'd have I'll have to make some notes on this one. It's not that complicated, thankfully, especially gloom fungus, because that's just one step of processing, but the numbers are a little bit weird there. So we will need 180 minutes, right? We need 6 of these. 6, 12, 18, yeah, 180 a minute of gloom fungus. And these output 6 a minute each. So pretty sure that's 30, right? Yeah. So to power this entire setup needs 30 assemblers. So maybe I'll just put a little notepad here. 6 assemblers. There's table saws. But then also we have 30 table saws worth of excess wood, which you could just throw away because it's not that expensive, but maybe you can find a use for it as well. But there's 24 a minute. That's a lot. Basically, every 2 table saws needs a dedicated output. Yeah, 720 per minute. Although what would be 5, so it's 1575. You could fulfill the contract just for one day by making it 75 and just buffering up a little bit. Like buffering up a little bit the day before and then putting that through the portal the next day along with a 75 per minute for the whole day. So if we go 75 times 20, actually maybe that's right. Hang on. Did I give myself too little leeway? Or no, I think hang on. Let me check the sleep bonuses that we have at the moment. I didn't catch the time that we actually went to bed. Okay, so the next potion level gives us sleep time -8 hours, which I don't know if there's a potion level 6, potion belt level 6. Hang on, we've got an easy way to figure that out. Because it may be that our sleep time is technically 10 hours to include like other stuff. But we can swap over to a sandbox game. Where there'll be full upgrades so we can see and have a look. And don't have the upgrade table built, I think. Oh, it should be on my inventory. No, okay. So inventory level 6, potion gloves level 4, building tool level 3, potion belt level 5. It's -8. So I'm pretty sure that potion level 4. Actually, what am I doing? I could have just looked at my inventory. That's not the right one. That's, there we go. Yep. Oh, we are already at -8 hours. Sleep time 0 hours. So I guess that means we have the full day, 24 hours. You probably not want to tie it to that exactly, but that would be 1600 divided by 24 minutes. Yeah. So 60 a minute would not be able to fulfill that contract, but the next assembler up would. Yeah, 4, so 5. Plus maybe a little excess for some other use, or you could maybe only half power that other one that if you wanted to complete all that in, say, 1600 divided by 23 instead, you'd want 70 per minute. But given that it would be a copy-paste setup, you'd probably just want to go for 5 of them. So, yeah. All right, well, let's go 5 times assemblers, and then I might just do the notes here for one of them. And then I can mentally, or I can, what do they call them? Spores. Yeah. Then I can multiply the rest if I need to, but, so that would have been, 30 would have been, times 5, 25. Yep, 150 a minute of mushrooms. No, wait, I'll just go for the... I'll take notes on just one of the assemblers, because we're just going to make a copy-paste setup anyway. So yeah, we know the table saws have an output of 6 per minute for the mushrooms, so sorry if the notes are too small. I'm reading them out as I'm making them anyway. It needs 5 table saws to make 30 a minute shrooms. And whatever, 5 times 24 is 120. Yeah, 120 planks a minute in excess. And then we need the yeast powder. Blender. I guess I've got the references over here. So something to make 15 minute of yeast powder, which is a... There might be one blender. Yep. One blender. That works well. And I probably won't even include the fruit wine in the build because that's a liquid that can be piped around easily. So I might just put that off somewhere else unless I really feel like I want to combine it all into one. Same with the linseed oil. Because I'm already doing that elsewhere. I included it in here. But once I'd made this, I thought, well, I may as well just make linseed oil and stuff like fruit wine off somewhere else. And then I probably don't have to bring, no, I have to make the plant ash here. So yeah, that's fine. That would simplify the build if I just make that's two liquids in bulk elsewhere. So one blender needs 600 minutes. So off-site. What's it called again? Fruit wine. And something to make 30 minutes of soap powder. Which we are doing here. So the grinders, noting the grinders doesn't really matter. They do 10 a minute each, but the blender makes 20 a minute. So that's one that the ratio is off a bit. So if we want 30 a minute of soap powder, we need 3 grinders and 1.5 blenders. And that would be off-site of 6,000 a minute of linseed oil. And to make something else to make 90 a minute of plant ash. So that's the only input to that fruit wine blender. And we're not going to care about the linseed oil in the build because we'll put that elsewhere. And the plant ash is 20 per minute in crucibles. But it's a 1-to-1 ratio. So it's 4.5 times crucibles to make 90 minute of plant ash. And the nursery makes 60 a minute, so it's so the assemblers want the assemblers will make spores, but they want the shrooms So that's covered. Then want the yeast powder. That's covered by the blender. The blender wants soap powder and fruit wine. And sage and plant ash comes from there to combine with the linseed oil. So yeah, then it's kind of tempting to combine two of those lines, or two of these production setups, so that we're not running like 1.5 nurseries. It's more like 3 nurseries and 9 crucibles, 3 blenders and 9 grinders. Or yeah, 3 blenders and 6 grinders rather. But then we're only after 5 assemblers, so having a 2x like that is like, well, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, and these numbers aren't to the point where I'd want to make separate stages for these and send them around. So maybe it's quite tempting to. The speed of the belts are a bit of a limiting factor in this game unless you start increasing their speed through upgrades, which I don't really want to do. Right, let me just copy that note out. Just to my other computer in case I lose it. All right. I might have a think about that, but I'll step away because we're coming up on 2 hours, so I'll want to have a quick break. It's something I can look at in the meantime. If I just check my quests here quickly, can't do any of that. I guess we can stand at our counter and watch the people come in when the time ticks over overnight. Yeah, Crasher Hole and Prius Fox checking in. I'm going to step away for a few minutes and have a break, get myself half my dinner, because I've been going for nearly a couple of hours, and I went for like 6 hours last stream and only had 1 break at the 3-hour mark. So I need to do better than that. So I'm going to step away now. And I'll leave you with the music, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Blip. Out. All right. Back at my desk, just shaking up a shake. Shake, shake, shake. All right. All right. I guess I'll have a quick think about what I can do with that, all that excess plank, all the excess planks from that contract build. Because down here for the well, this isn't really working anymore. Well, this isn't really producing much anymore because it's not in use, because this is part of the old fertilizer setup. I was just throwing excess planks into either storage or into garbage. So I guess I can do that, but if something's going to be running at 120 planks a minute times 5, so that's 120 minutes is just those planks, so it'd be like 600 a minute.
I am a great magician.
10 belts of excess planks. Would be nice to find a use for it. I guess charcoal, and that's I think where the tie-in with the black powder creation comes in, because that needs quite a bit of charcoal powder. But even that wouldn't be that much. Yeah, I might close a shadow. There aren't that many wood things that we make and sell. There is this. There is Jupiter. So if we're, as long as we're able to consume enough, if we're able to make enough wooden pulleys to balance that out, then we could be making Jupiters to sell, which sell at 30 silver each. And I've not actually looked at those shapers yet, so let's have a look at that. That might be a good way to try and use the excess wood production from this. So, shapers, yeah. Jupiter. Okay, so they want 120 minute of planks. So that would be the output of one of that set of table saws. But then they also want the wood goes into the rest of these as well. So the small wooden gears, yeah, it makes me wonder if that actually all lines up with the wood output of what I'm about to try. Although there is a multiplier from 1 gear to 3 small gears, so maybe not, at least not entirely, but it might be a good way. Anyway, yeah, so 1 to 1 for gears, then 1 to 3 for small wooden gears. So I'd only need 180 per minute total planks for that added on, because it would be, yeah, 61, 20, 180. And then another 120 per minute for wooden pulleys, because it's 2 to 1 for that. I think I got that right. 120 plus 60 plus another 120 for 300. And the contract production would be putting out double that. Still, maybe you could then run 2 of these. Get 0.2 a minute. You just need enough rope production to run 2 of them, which is probably not that difficult considering I've got a copy paste set up. So you need you need 120 a minute to run 2 of those Jupiters in terms of rope. No, I've got a copy paste setup that's tuned for linen, which is even more, I think. So it's 10 to 1 for linen, but only 2 to 1 for rope. So I'd only need a fifth. But that would be how many? I should probably be taking notes on this. Yeah, 2 to 1, 10 a minute, 120 a minute, 240 a minute of linen thread. That's for four belts worth. In fact, let's make a notes. So 1 times shaper to 0.1 a minute of Jupiter. That would consume 300 a minute of planks, right? Plus 60 a minute of rope. And yeah, so 1 assembler, 5 table saws, 120 a minute, planks excess, 5 table saws, 600, yep, so, yep. So we'd use 2 of them to 0.2 a minute of Jupiter, to 600 a minute planks, 120 a minute of rope. Which makes sense to me. I don't know, it's making sense so far. And the setup that I have that can help with that is this. This is outputting 10 belts of linen thread. Yeah, to make 60 a minute of that linen. Through yeah. So 120 minute of that rope. Remind myself again. Wrong building. Yep, 4 belts. So it would just be, I think, do I have a template for that? Hopefully I saved this. Nope, I did not. That's okay. This is modular. This is fairly modular anyway. It stops here. And there's a bunch of extra belts in here to carry stuff through from earlier. But I'd probably just copy from the end here anyway, like... and these are doubled up as well on top of each other, so that's 1 belt, 2 belts, 3 belts, 4 belts. And that would be enough to power 2 shapers constantly working on Jupiter with the excess planks output of those other ones, of the assemblers that are working on so the excess planks coming from these table saws. That don't know where I'm going to build this, but I'm currently sketching it down here, so let's put it here, I suppose. I think this makes sense because these nurseries, they end up outputting 66, 12. Yeah, that's 240. It's 1 to 1. No, it's not actually, is it? No, okay. So it's 1 to 1 to the fiber, and 3 down to 1 for the thread. So that means we'd probably end up with 3 times that, yeah. So 6, 12. Unless I've miscalculated something there. 12 nurseries doing... Nope. 120 nurseries. No, 12 nurseries doing 60 a minute for 720 a minute of them. Then 1 to 1 on a thread. Sorry, 1 to 1 on the fiber, but then divided by 3 down to the thread for 240. And then it's 2 to 1 down on rope. So yeah, that's it. That's fine. Then the output just needs to be routed around. I think there's 1 belt there. That's an output. That's fertilizer. Output, fertilizer. That would be... thread output, because there's another... That's right, this. So these go down below to get ground, and then down there to get put into threads. So yeah, the output you get is thread. That would be... how many... Yeah, 6 processes. Or 3 processes for each of these. So these 2 need to be balanced off to 3, which is easy, I think. You just go something like that. I think that middle one might back up because it's getting more than the ones on the outside, but then that backup would cause the rest to balance out. Is that right? Am I doing that right? No, I think that's wrong. it's 3 processes per belt of thread, because the thread's 60 a minute and the belts only take 20 a minute each. So yeah, you actually need 12 processes, right? 4 belts, 3 processes each, 12. Yeah. 6-5, hey, how's it going? Can you stack these? I'm pretty sure you can with that, right? Yep. And those little conveyors there don't need to be there, but they were at the beginning of the line with the other design to lift them up over subsequent things. So it's like, meh. I could just delete that column. I'll just leave it. So yeah, that's for processing the bottom 2. That's for processing the top 2. 10, 20, 30, 60. Yeah, that's the 120 minute of rope required for the Jupiter. Well, that's the rope required for the pulleys that are required for the Jupiter. Pulleys made in an assembler with twice as many planks as rope. So it's a 2-to-1, 15 minute of rope they'll take in each one of these, doing 10, so 3 down into 2. But we'll get a full belt out of 6 of these. Feed them into 4. And it's a bit tricky to stack these is all. It might be better to stack the whole arrangement using these tables. It's just a bit awkward to fit the processors in there. We need 6 of them, and they don't fit around the legs of the tables, but maybe we can squish them in. In fact, it might be a little bit easier to play with it a little bit higher. Itchy to play more Songs of Six. Right, yeah, 4 Flora. Yeah, this is a lot of this is Dwarf Fortress music, so no surprise really. Well, I have the more advanced stacking options, so yeah, this maybe just make use of this instead. If it'll actually fit under there, but even if it doesn't, no, it does. Okay. Bit of an inefficient usage of those stackers. Maybe I can figure out a way to get the other assembly, the processors on there as well. But not sure how much I'm bothered either. I'll have trouble lowering the outputs of these down unless I offset them, so that's... Yeah. might be better off trying to run all this forward anyway instead of trying to put these on the side. One, two, three, four. Good. Give yourself a budget for new games, first time in ages. A choice between 6 in this game. How you liking Alchemy Factory? I've enjoyed my time with it. There was some stuff I came across recently that I'm like, this might be just early access factory game design issues. I'm not going to go back over it because it's pretty detailed. Maybe check the first like hour and a half of this VOD, but it involves some spoilers. But if you're not that bothered about stuff that I only really came up against after 110 hours, then yeah, maybe it's not even worth checking out. It's not a game breaker. I don't know. Deal breaker. I mean, I think I may have just broken a thing there. Nope, it's fine. In short, like Alchemy, Alchemy Factory is kind of exactly what it says on the tin. Like eventually there's a thing that you can make a lot of things with in a very generic way, and it kind of ruins a bit of the factory aspect for me. And I'm hoping that is almost like a placeholder mechanic or something, and maybe they'll change that over time and it's just early access. And yet it's also a thing that is not required, so you can optionally just ignore it and not use this magical bit of equipment to do like really arbitrary alchemy. Similar to a lot of cheaply made job sim games. No, I don't think so. There's more to it than that. Because I see a lot of those games as well. It's like the ones that you're probably talking about are like shop simulator, like trading card game shop simulator or something, blah blah simulator or something like that. They're like, okay, but no, like the construction aspect of this game is scratching a good itch for me in a hybrid between Factorio and Satisfactory. There's enough complexity and forethought put into it that you can tell they've done a lot. It's not a shallow game, but getting towards the end game of it, there's some things down here, around level 8, that are really like, I can understand what they're going for, and I hope they find a better way to do it instead of sticking to that, which could be entirely possible because it's early access, you know. I'm just going to step up and close my curtains. Hang on a sec. It also has started to crash on me a couple of times as well. Once on stream, and once before that, and once since then. But it's pretty rare, so I wouldn't hold that against it too much. To have like 3 crashes, maybe a 4th one that was a crash that I didn't realize, within like 110 hours or so, it's not bad for such a complex game. All right, so we have, let's check my notes. There, that's, we're not wired up. 4 belts of thread going through 6 processes at a 2-to-1 reduction, so we get 2 belts of rope.
I am a great magician.
We just aren't actually combining those outputs yet. My clothes are blue. Trying to think if there's a neater way to do merging together. I don't think there is in such a small space. No. Yeah, you take a look at any other early access factory game. I've certainly played my fair share of early access factory games and this is one of the more polished ones for its stage of release. Like, some were pretty much just, well, we like Factorio, so we're going to try and make it 3D. And those just never really made it off the ground. something about the aesthetic of the game of this one works out quite nicely, and they didn't go down the trap of trying to make like a vast expanse of things that you can build in any which way. Like the Satisfactory tried that path, and I think they got like 60%, no, probably more than that, like 80% right. They really didn't. They were very opinionated on how they wanted to make things like manageable, or not. So you ended up with lots of mess that was difficult to deal with over time, like increasingly complex messes. Without the tools, without like appropriate tools to actually manage them. Whereas this game's pretty well equipped in terms of, or pretty well set in terms of giving you the tools that you need to manage a complex factory right from the start. Almost like they looked at other similar games and learned lessons from them. I'll need to bring in wood here somehow. How about... Yeah, that's neat. So I like figuring out stuff like that. It's like, oh, how can I just like run these to these inputs without blocking the others so I can bring the other thing I need in later. It's like, bring it down there and across, and it's like, no. It's, oh, wait, no. I can make them mirrored instead of repeated. It's like, oh, nice. And these will be pulleys. These want 15 a minute of rope. And that's the wrong ratio. Hang on. I think I may have taken the total that I wanted somewhere else. Yeah, I don't think I've mathed out the actual assemblers that I need properly. So the processors are producing 2 belts of rope. The assemblers, rather, for the pulleys. Right, it's 4 assemblers per... 4 assemblers per that, so... per belt. So we actually need 8 assemblers here, not 4. Should probably use a similar arrangement though. Now I want an undo. I want to get that back and just duplicate what I did then. Oh well, I can't remember. Was it? I think I gave myself that kind of space, didn't I? overlapping with other devices. Is it the shaper? I'd say so. Yeah, because I think I can still do the same thing here. These are already combined down from there, so... Yep. So 15 and 30, yeah. Except I can't do that underneath because of the support that's in the way. Yeah. Though you could make that the support, part of the support. But then it wouldn't line up properly. Unless you, unless things above can raise up. Let's see. Yeah, could raise the output to that if I want. Looks a bit weird. Might be better off just not doing that. But this isn't what we're really looking to stack anyway. In terms of like, well, we're not making the whole setup vertically stackable. Just means that this would need to raise up like there to there, and the other one comes down one instead, and they both meet in the middle. But I don't know if I like that. The only reason I'm doing a split like that is so I can get wood inserted there, but I could just, yeah. I'm just trying to be fancy about it when I don't really need to be. Because all it really needs to be is individual things like that. So either wood or the rope can come in along the bottom of the top there. And then actually just get rid of all that. And depending on how it lines up with the top. Yep. rope coming in over the top and being lowered into one of those inputs. Whereas on the bottom, the rope's coming in down the bottom, and going into the bottom input. Or going into that input. Which is just a bit hard to do that with those there, so let's get them out of the way. Also, it's a bit dark. So then wood will need to come in somehow, which I'm not sure yet how that fits in, but it would. So yeah, it would. Huh? All that is outputting thread. All that is outputting rope, and this is outputting pulleys. And it needs some of the excess wood from the other half of this, which will be the excess from the gloom fungus, so the gloom spore production. Yes, 15, 30, 60, 120 a minute, 120 a minute of like I've messed something up again. Hang on. Oh no, 120 a minute of pulleys. Yep, because it'll be running on the excess wood from the gloom spore production. We'll be able to power 2 shapers, as long as we're also making the linen to go with it, to make 0.2 a minute of Jupiters. So I guess I'll just sketch the connection together for these so I know what I've actually set up for. Okay, that's half of this project put together, and the other half, it probably isn't that bad, actually. Yeah, because the rest of the inputs to the Jupiter are just some of the excess planks on their own. Then small wooden gears coming from a processor, and then these pulleys. I supposed to sleep and instead took a shower, and now he's slightly damp and pretty awake. Not smart. Not smart. Oh, this has inputs on both sides. Okay. I thought this was an output here for some reason, but no, this is the output. So yeah, I'll probably get... Just trying to get an idea of spacing when I do this. Like final spacing requirements. Yeah, well, you're showered and clean, and I don't know, I find that once I'm showered and like ready for bed, yeah, it's might have woken you up a bit, but that's preparation will put you in a bit more of a sleepy mood, maybe. So one of these needs 180 minutes of small wooden gears. It comes at a processor, and that's a pretty fast one, actually. It's a 3-to-1 increase, so it might actually consume. Hang on. That's right. It will actually consume all those inputs. So yeah, this will be. It's not that fast, but it is an increase to multiplier. Okay. So it's 4 processors per belt for that. Speaking of wood, I need wood. Going through all this excess earlier production pretty quickly. Maybe we can just stay up all day. It's 5 a.m. here. Alright, let's fill up on some other things while I'm down here. Not using that much stone. Take a bunch more rope though. Nails. Need to get rid of this excess iron ingot that I have. There we go. I can pick more steel upstairs if I need it. Grab that last stack of planks. Yeah. The little throwing arm.
Hello.
I mean the catapults? The musket. Yeah. Yeah, initially I was put off by the catapults. Like, I thought I wouldn't be using them. Because it's kind of silly. Especially if you have customers walking around and you're throwing things around the shop. And in the beginning, they're mostly used to automatically fill these shelves. Because they're the only way that they can be filled automatically. You can't put a belt into these. So I left them up for them. I left them to using them until then, and for not much else. His pathing's broken. This old like roller coaster pipeline of mine breaks their pathing a bit. I was going to say, but yeah, I did some testing, and it turns out the catapults, at least by default, have the same throughput as belts. So I thought by looking at their animation that they were actually slower, but it turns out that the belts are 60 a minute, so are the catapults. And you can get cannons as well that can fire faster. I mean, further? I don't know about faster, but further. I haven't used them. I haven't found a need for them yet. But Vicar, next wizard, checking in. Nice. Fencing, help NPCs keep on path. I don't know. I'm not bothered too much. I'd sooner just tear all this down. A little silly, but appreciate whimsy. Yeah, fair enough. I'd rather load up these shells by belt. And in fact, I went to some great lengths to design a system that looks like that. It's not exactly like that. There are hidden catapults involved in this, but watch when they come and grab something. There. See, they're getting filled in as though they're just... Kind of looks like someone's actually pushing them in from behind. It's like, yep, yep. Like sticking their hand up and going, yep, yep. Just pushing them. Crouching cannon, hidden catapult. Yeah. But yeah, this lets me have these items being brought down by conveyor lifters. And I've managed to hide catapults underneath these things. So it makes it's more satisfying to look at for me instead of having items flying across the shop. But yeah, in later things I've used catapults to move items around for distribution because it's better than belts. Basically, it's less processing power, it's less messing around, it's less like unwalkable space being taken up by like maybe multiple lanes of them. Eidolon, hey, I'm just going away for the weekend. Just going to go to one of the wine regions around South Australia. It's just a few days relaxing. There are many wine regions in this state. It's about five or six, I think. Okay. So 4 of these processes per belt. 3 belts for those small wooden gears going into there. Each of these taking 5 minutes. So it's 1 belt. Yeah, 1 belt of the large wooden gears total to power all 3, since it's a 1 to 3 increase. I can't remember how you make those large belts now. Don't tell me it's a grinder. Large gears. It is, yeah. Grind planks into gears, of course. And of course I can't figure out that... Well, I can't see the ratio easily, or see the time easily without actually feeding some wood through a grinder. Every 6 seconds, so it's 10 a minute. So we need 6. To make 1 belt. could feed all of these. I don't know if I need to vertically stack these for space yet, but that's a decent way of just sketching it out for now. Kind of wish there was an equivalent of conveyor lifters that supported like multiple layer, like floor outputs. Like I could do like an output there and an output there. And it distributes between them like a regular belt. But even Satisfactory didn't have that, I think. Recently made a really neat kind of mead. It's probably a favorite kind of wine so far. Honey, yeah, honey. Yeah, there's not much mead around Australia, I have to say. It's a bit disappointing because I haven't had an opportunity to try it much without buying a whole bottle of it, which I don't really want to do. I've only had it a couple of times. And that's the stuff that I had it was nice, but it was quite heavily flavored as well. So I don't know if that was really like, this is like baseline mead. No, probably not. I could pair up these grinders, so it's like one grinder per two of these, but I think that's more trouble than it's worth. I don't know. It's 10 a minute from the grinders. Yeah. How much of a beekeeping powerhouse Australia is. Yeah. I mean, I don't know too much about the industry, but yeah. You can certainly go into stores, like liquor stores, bottle shops, whatever. You can certainly go into some of the bigger ones and get mead. And usually it's just like in a really small section with other... usually like between the wine and the liquor, like fucking half the store will be wine, half the store will be beer, and there'll be little bits in between of well, spirits will be in there as well, of course, but then there'll be little sections with boutique-y stuff, and mead would be in there. So it's just people don't drink it. Like you go to a venue or something that's selling alcohol and you won't see mead. Maybe you'll see it at like specialty restaurants or something like that. Tried cognac for the first time in December. You spit it out almost instantly. Wait, is that how you're supposed to taste it? Or no, that's wine. Tried wine and spat it out. Yeah, that's how you do it. Oh. So the biosecurity regulation spares Australian apiculture from a whole host of bee pests and diseases that other countries have to deal with. Alcohol content was too much. Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah, some of those spirits are just a bit heavy, or very much acquired tastes. just thinking vertically here, and it's like, can I output the grinding? It's like, no. When you're distributing to that many, like 1 or 2 out to 4, probably better off going horizontally. But I should use smaller ones where I can, so it's more flexible. So this is one. Yeah, it'll just be one belt of planks. So all that is powering both of these, but we'll need to run this doubly, so one for each. 180 small wooden gears. It's only one plate of planks input. Yes. Because it's 1 to 1 and then 1 to 3 for the 180. So that's one belt being divided among 6 grinders. And then, yeah, 12 processes and then into the shaper. And all of that would be done twice. Then we just need to organize the 3 belts out from all these somehow. I can just put that there as a placeholder for now, if nothing else. What are the plans after, game-wise? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll think about that when I'm away. Because that'll be late February, right? When I'm back. So it's nothing in particular, like nothing like release-wise that I know of. Although I don't really track new releases that closely either. I only kind of stumbled across this one. And I can't remember if I had anything in progress. Like Dwarf Fortress, we kind of wrapped up on. We can always go back to that, but who knows? There was... I could try and finish a Hollow Knight randomizer seed because I started one before that turned out that would take a bit too long. So if I turn off some of the settings that were making it a bit tedious, we could come back to that and try and do that. But yeah, I'll think about it. I do just play it by ear. Yeah, and then the other inputs to this, so it's... So go down there and we need... So it's going to be 3 inputs of the these small wooden gears, and 2 inputs of the planks and 1 input of the pulleys. Sipping on a nice full body red. I wish I was building conveyor belts right now. Kinda. Brain does go there like that sometimes when I'm trying to take a break somewhere not home. And I'm like, I kind of wish I could bring my computer with me. So when I'm sitting down for bed at night and just not really doing much until the next day, then I'm like, oh, I'm just going to use my computer. And I'm not spending money on a gaming laptop just for that. Instead, I've got my analog pocket that I'll probably load some randomized ROMs onto to have a bit of a play around with. And I'll have my work laptop with me, of course, but don't really want to be doing that much. Yeah, so all this is just dealing with the excess that we're going to make from making the next contract. The excess wooden planks that will come out of making gloom spores. For as long as I was alive, I knew I wished to spend my time. Wait, for as long as I was alive, I knew I wished to spend time on my computer. All right, I don't think I want to try packing that any closer together just yet until I get an idea of what the other one's going to look like. But this is where I wish that we had the ability to flip blueprints. Like if I take that, cut it. It's like everything in there should be flippable, but it's not. Like there's no like flip blueprint. Some buildings aren't flippable. Some things wouldn't work. It's like maybe have it as an option there and say you can't flip something in there if possible. But I'd like to flip that so I could run the output of it like there or something like that. So instead of the output going down the right-hand side, it go down the left side and slide it down there. Instead, I'd probably have to just put them side by side like that instead. and make use of the space back here. So I'll put that there like that for now. Because yeah, I may even end up putting maybe putting the shapers on top of this. I think that'll fit. Yeah. And then the pulleys can be lifted up to that, and everything else can make their way there. Let's see. But yeah, let's maybe do the other part of this, the gloom spores, somewhere else, and then I'll bring it all together. Because I know that I took my notes before. So the gloom spore production that we're aiming for will need 5 of these, and will involve 25 table saws outputting 600 logs, 600 planks per minute. All of this here is dealing with the output of 600 planks a minute. Got to remember that we've got to get planks into here somehow too. Which I don't really know how to indicate that, but yeah. So it may be that we put these processes on this side since they're dealing with planks here. That's going to get in the way. Get rid of that. So planks will be coming into the back of that, and then yeah, the output of this needs to go into shapers somehow, which might be along here since there's a couple of them. That would maybe work out quite nicely. Something like that. Oop. Let's not do that. Okay. So it's 2 belts of raw plank input, so it's probably easiest there. Because if we do... although that's making that wide. I don't really want to add something new down here. So I can come up the end here, but only for one of them. Well, if I don't mind going a bit long, I can do it for one and then the other. Nearly got that the wrong way around. But then there's not enough room to bring the wood in. Well, I think that's a problem for later rather than now. It will need, if I bring wood to this side, it will need, well, if anything, these are all going to be full belt inputs, so we'll need either, you know, sufficient room around and then in there. Which you could maybe achieve just by going up a little bit higher, actually. So like that. Like that. So then just bring them up. One there, one there. This will be a problem for later. I start solving it again right away. I guess because I saw a way to do it, I suppose. And I don't mind going tall because this is not going to stack vertically. Possibly picking this whole thing up and lifting it up one so that I can bring the wood in from underneath, or depending on the size of the other setup that we'll work on for the gloom spores, maybe like putting them end to end so that so this stuff is positioned here instead of making it wider. But then I won't need more than this. Like once we're making 5 gloom spore assemblers, that's the contract filled. You can't do any more. You're limited to 1600 per day output. Any other gloom spore production like that would be to feed into something else. But yeah, we'd have wood needed. It's actually 2 belts per we need. Yeah. I think that's still doable because we got a height of 3 to use. So 1 belt of wood coming in here will only go to 2 assemblers. Then we'll have to bring in one of the other belts in to the back 2 assemblers, but that's all right because we can do it like that, I'm pretty sure. And then just get rid of those belts and use conveyor lifts to bring it down. Viday, hey, how's it going? Well, how about I actually work on sketching out the gloom spore setup here, so we have this right next to it to try and refer to for lining things up. So I'll move this aside, say here. Move all this over and hopefully it fits in my inventory. I think it does. Move it here and almost right to the back. All right. So now it's this stuff, although we also need the additional... So we need fruit wine that I'm not making anywhere yet, and we'll pipe that up. And we need an additional 6,000 a minute of linseed oil. So might go and work on that first. Because linseed oil should just be a matter of copying something that's already there. Fruit wine will be its own new thing, but it should be really simple. Like this is... actually, wait, was that total or was that per assembler? I think that might be per assembler. So it might be 5 times what we need here. And hopefully I haven't just forgotten to update this sign. Where's my transformation potion stuff? That's where I checked on the rates for all this. I'm going to have to go back over this. Maybe I don't quite remember. No, I think this lined up. Because one blender needs... Yeah, so one assembler through to one blender to make 15 minutes of yeast powder here. Which is what we need the 600 min for. But that's for each of those. So we actually need 5 times all them. So we need 6,000 a minute of fruit wine and additional 3,000 a minute of fruit wine and additional 30,000 a minute of linseed oil, which again shouldn't be too hard. Is that down there? No. Where am I? I need a sign on each floor. It's like, this floor, blah, blah. Okay, yeah, right here. So I just need to copy one of these. Because these are, I think these are 18,000 each. Or something like that. These verticals here. And all they take is fertilizer. And then we just need a new one of these for red wine. I mean, for fruit wine. Same thing. But before I get started on that, I will take a quick break because I really need the bathroom. And it'll be going for like 3 hours 20. So, all right. If you need to do anything like that yourself, stretch, bathroom, snack, sleep, whatever, time to go do that now. As I step away for a few minutes, and I'll see you on the other side. I'll line up some proper music. All right, back soon. Bleh. welcome back. I went snack hunting and realized that I'm deliberately not buying many snacks at the moment. After I did so good last year, losing a bunch of weight, and I had a break from that over Christmas. That kind of bled into around about now, so it's like, oh, all right, let's stop buying snacks again. I'll have my weekend away and then, yeah, get back into that for the rest of the year. Or at least, I don't know, there'll probably be a work trip towards like the middle of the year as well. Events like that, it's like I can give myself a break for those. All right. So yeah, I guess I'll just make a note here. So, 3,000 a minute. But yeah, linseed oil quantities are quite high, so this should be easy. Just make sure that we get the pipes as well. Doing that. I should have copied the first column as well, maybe, because that did not copy some of the belts and supports in there that I'd shaved off the end. Or maybe I'll just add them in. Very good either. Let's see. Yep. And then there will be some pipes on the outside that I'll need to hook up. That's easy compared to working with stuff in the middle. Yeah. I don't have any flax seeds on me. Whee! Rare time that I need to actually go back into the store. Can't do any of those quests. All right. So yeah, 1,500. So it's 3,000. It's 6,000 per side, right? Yeah. 369. Yeah, 18. So yeah. Whatever. Yeah. 54. And if we're about to add 30,000 usage of that, that would make it at maximum 42,000 used. Let's make sure those pipes are connected. The game does actually let you connect or put multiple liquids into the one pipe. But even buildings that are connected to it seem okay with filtering out the liquid they need. I thought about trying that over long distances, and then I looked at it and was like, it might just end up with one of the least used liquid inside that pipe taking up all the space, because they would share the same volume, share the same available volume. So the ones, like, unless they're being used evenly all the time, then you'll probably get one filling up when the other one keeps getting emptied out or something like that. So it's probably just easier to have separate pipes for things. It's not that hard to actually manage that. And given that I don't think we'll end up running linseed all the way to the end until, I don't know, I can't think of why we would with this particular playthrough. So I'll put fruit wine here at the end. Just want a bit of light around here. Yeah, fruit wine is as simple as making red currant, putting it into an extractor, similar, just pretty much the same as that, and it might even be the same as it, just a different ratio. I do have one red currant on me, so I can actually observe. I'm pretty sure with the growth potion, it's just going to put out 60 a minute. I think it does, even with advanced. Yeah, it does. And then an extractor on that. So 10 a minute to produce 100. So it's 6 extractors per nursery for producing 600 a minute. And we need 3,000. So we need, 5. And that would be pretty easy to stack. Kind of. It's a little bit weird to stack those extractors. Pretty much that exact layout would work, except instead of 2, it's 6. Yeah, I'm not going to reinvent that wheel. Yeah, all we need is this front one, because that's 6 total. We only need 5. Need clay, need glass. Then top up the other ones. Okay. cork. Shrock. Everything else looks fine there, actually. Here. May as well keep it in line with this, I suppose. So there's a leg over that thing. Okay. Just trying to tell what's the front. So fertilizer comes in the front there. So I guess the only downside to building it back here is that I have to move fertilizer all the way down here first, but whatever. This is fine. Okay, yeah, so each one of these... Guess I'll just go and get myself 5 red currant seeds before I forget. How did I run the pipes out of the end here? Oh, that's right. Moved them out and then joined them. So that this first one was not unique. Actually, before I do that, because that's going to line up with that one down there, so I'm probably better off moving it down or across before sending it down that way. Red currant, red currant, red currant, red currant, red currant. So these will output 60 a minute. These extractors will take 10 a minute. So instead of just these two, hopefully I can go 1, 2, 3. There we go. 4, 5, 6. And then it should be a matter of just connecting up the pipes to from them to there. To maybe I can clean that pipe setup up a little bit actually. Because currently it's going there. It doesn't really need to. Can't tell if I've cleaned that up. I think I have. And then across. Come on. Might have to do this on the floor above first. In fact, that vertical belt through that hole won't work. So let's figure that out for the floor above before we do that. Might have to remove that hole. and then run the pipes on the outside. Because I don't think there's any way for me to do. I mean, I could do that without. I could keep the hole there, but I'd be filling it with these anyway. Yeah. Come on, game. Let me like that. Yeah. Then that pipe can't run through there. I'm pretty sure it enforces that as a collision detection. And it would look silly if it allowed. No, yeah. So those pipes are going to probably have to go up the outside, like here, which means I could just get rid of these altogether. I don't really want to swap the support setup for this. I think this works fine. Yeah. Get rid of that. Come back to those pipes. So yeah, there's no space in there to run the pipe up when the nursery's there. Unless I want to get fed. You can't even really stack stuff on top of these extractors easily. Like nothing. Those don't fit on top of it. The smaller ones don't. So you basically are limited to doing that. Which is just enough room for the pipe and the extractor itself. So pipe will have to run up the outside. So we can join them there and then go out from there. Yeah, Oxide, hey, how's it going? Pause for a bit of a snack. So yeah, the lack of actual snacks in my kitchen, with that I turned to meal shakes, like half a strength meal shake, which is good. Because it means getting a bunch of water in. Do that without that table there. Come on. There we go. Looks good. Oh, they need the extra. Oops, excuse me. They need the extra bit on the top. I forgot about the pipes being left behind. Right. Right, 60 a minute out, 10 per minute of each of these. Did each one of these extractors make 600 a minute or 100 a minute? Well, I guess we'll find out. I wasn't going to make just one of these setups. Should be able to rotate this setup because it is symmetrical, apart from the little pipe I added on the end there, which I can just prune off. What's complaining? Ah, materials. I'm out of iron. Whee. Out. Iron's down here. Yep. Oops. I was getting confused with steel for a moment. That'll do. All right, let me just hand feed a bit of potion into each of these. Red Fogel, hey, how's it going? No, it was 100 per minute for each of these extractors. So 600 per minute for each nursery. We're going to use, 3,000 a minute of that. Looks like an old mechanical telephone, automatic switchboard. Oh, what was that? Something over there on the left. Okay. A plant rack. Oh. Over there. Maybe I've not seen one. Also, I need to run fertilizer into here. So I should be able to do that with that sign there. Just. Overlapping. Is that overlapping with a pipe? Yeah, because it needs space above it, doesn't it? It's annoying. How am I doing that on that end? Oh, they're being... Oh, right. Okay. Conveyor lift. Yeah, I think I prefer that. I just then can't point at the that thing. I should have moved this back maybe one tile, but now that I've started producing in there, I don't think I can be bothered. Although, where's the wine gone? Oh, it's into the pipes. It's fine. I just need to get fertilizer down here, which I can probably just share with this output instead of splitting off another one. Run it down there. That's a ridiculously short distance, but I'm fine. I'm fine with doing that. Actually, it looks pretty tasty too. Some old fertilizer in there. Cranberry juice. Yeah. It's actually got some movement to it if you get close. Okay. I guess I can run it along here so it takes up a bit of that footprint. Along the inside of that there. I'll just have to lift up these pipes a little, I think. I don't need to do that anymore, actually, do I? Settle. There we go. We have a pipeline of fruit wine. Which I think that's all working as expected. I'm just missing the sign about the fruit wine. Will that fit there? Snugly in there. Oh, nice. Fruit wine. Is it, I think it was 3,600 a minute. 3,000 used. So many pops. Yep. Most delicious kind of pipeline. Fruit wine pipeline. Just pick carefully, because if you don't pick the right one, you get either brine or linseed oil. So I don't want to connect them up. Let's see how awkward this is. Not very. Not bad. Literally can't start your day without a good cup of brine. Brine and fruit wine. Yummy linseed. Breakfast of champions. Champions of what? I don't know. Okay, before I start running that pipeline to a dead end, let's make sure I know where it's going. So I've been... maybe I'll just run it to the end there and leave it until I know exactly where I want to put the rest. Because we're aiming to make this this gloom spore setup enough to satisfy the dispatch portal. 1,600 a day. So it might be better to put it up here along with the other dispatch portal usage. but I've been sketching it out downstairs for now. Have like a developer timeline that lets you know when what they're gonna add later. I don't think so. If they have it, I don't think it's on Steam. Maybe they have it listed somewhere else. Oh, they got some rough information. Approximately how long will this be in early development? Estimate will remain in 6 to 12 months. Yeah. Rail system coming in. Higher transport capacity than belts. Allow players to even ride the trains to tour the factory. Yeah. They're planning for like a shrinking ability as well, so you can actually get into your machines and manage them like that without having to rip them apart, maybe. Yeah. Shush. Loud. So yeah, estimated to be leaving early access in Q3 2026. I haven't checked their website, so I'll not do that live. Yeah. I'm looking forward to updates. This is going to be the last time that I stream this game until they do updates. I might still keep playing it offline, but I want to find something else because I've gotten to a point where I'm certain that they're going to change some things drastically, or at least I hope they do. So I don't want to put too much time into learning some of the things I've come across. Okay. So we've increased the linseed oil output. We've done the fruit wine. So now we just need to do the assemblers and the table saws to power them, the blenders for them. And even though there's going to be like 1.5 and 1.5 blenders and nurseries in there, I think I'm going to stick with that instead of trying to combine them together, because then I can just copy paste 5 times instead of trying to figure out how to share those outputs between 2 of them and then have a odd 5th one. Let's see if I can move this in bulk up to the other area. There's no pipes, so I should just be able to do this. Cut. Alright, nothing was left behind. Right, let's just put this here for now before I lose the blueprint. So yeah, we'll be bringing red wine up here and linseed oil's already up here for making copper and bronze because alchemy. Sin, hey, how's it going? What was I trying for here? Oh, lime water. That's right. I was trying to figure out black powder there, which was part of the problem I mentioned earlier. So I'll come back to that in a future version of the game, I think, or I'll just still muck around with it between streams in my own time. That's all my iron, so let's go grab a bit more, but I won't run the rest of the pipes just yet. Everything else looks okay for now. I'm going to have to start turning my silver into gold soon, if not already. What's in my bank over here? Because I try and keep this bank at a number that I remember. 1800. Yeah, so normally I keep like 1,000 in there. So if I try and put about 30 back in there, maybe about that. Yeah. So I've now got more than one stack of silver. Hell, I may as well just do that. Keep that stack in there for now. So I'm not burning through the money, so it's fine. But I'll just keep that at a stack of 5,000. That's easier to maintain. I'll keep the rest on me for now. It's taken a while to get to that 5,000 silver, so should be fine for now. All right. Let's figure this next part out. So one assembler wants we'll make the 15 per minute of spores to be fed by 5 table saws. So if we go kind of the layout that we might want here, it will be, let's say, this way, because we need to get the excess wood out. Well, this is going to be per assembler. With 6 per minute of fungus, 24 per minute of planks. So it's basically the same belt output arrangement in terms of capacity, in that we've got a bit of an odd setup there, because you could, to simplify things, you could think of that as 30 output. It's like 60 per minute, 60 per minute, and then half that. But then they need to be filter splitted anyway. And the way that I did that downstairs was, to split them after combining them. And it would be nice to make this stackable so I could make 5, but I doubt I don't think we'll fit 5. Yeah, stacking these table saws is a bit weird as well. Can you do that? You can. But then you can't. How many of these can you fit on each other? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe. Might be handy for making each one like that, but you could also potentially, because we need to make these like this times 5, whatever we're making now times 5. I don't know, I'm rambling a bit, but I'm also a bit tired. I don't think that'll fit at the top. No, it does. Okay. So that could be used to reduce the footprint for one of these, or it could be part of stacking all 5 that we need along one row like this, but then it wouldn't leave much room, mushroom for whatever else we need behind that. So I guess we'll just get rid of that for now and see what else we're going to use, and see if we can fit it all along one like flat row that can fit underneath these. Then we could just stack 5 together. Then they ultimately would go into the assembler. So we can't fit the... Cannot fit the filter there. At least not like that. And if we're going to run it like that, to combine the outputs and then do that, and you may as well just hook the filter straight into the table saw to save on space. I think that might be what I do then. Fungus can go out the bottom, but the priority is on the top. I don't think you can change that, can you? No. So then we set the wood to go out the top. Just trying to keep that height in mind. Because we'll also need inputs. Actually, no, we don't. Yeah, because we can... I mean, depending on how many catapults I want to make, of course. Because you can catapult directly onto the table saws. But it may just be easier to put purchasing portal down, just run a belt full of logs, because they're a bit expensive to fill a belt buffer, but that's only a one-off purchase of price to fill the buffer. The real issue is dealing with 2.5 belts of wood, which needs to make its way, well, 2.5 belts of wood for each of these, which needs to make its way over to these contraptions here. So in terms of vertical space, it's only like that's one. Yeah, I can't stack that like that. That can be its own half one, and with it being run along the outside, it might be easy to combine that with like a neighboring one. This is where I didn't want to get too fancy with this setup until I know where the excess wood is coming out from all this. Okay. Yeah, one full belt, 1 full belt, and a half belt of the wood byproducts, plus the gloom fungus. That'll be 30 per minute of gloom fungus. Now, the other input being 15 per minute of yeast powder. Oops. And the gloom spores are our goal. What's that there for? So we were going for 5 times 1575. Yeah, so we'll need 2 purchasing portals anyway. So it's probably fine that they output like that. This is just going to help me visualize what the outputs of these are like. Oh, shame I can't put a stand there. Yeah, so wood, and a half belt of wood. And the gloom fungus goes in there. And then we just need to get the yeast powder into there somehow. Which might just be a case of bringing it along here. Or this even, just bring it along the top of these splitters from further down. And then actually that's a problem. That won't fit there. But I think that is solved by doing that instead. A neat little ramp. Just have to make sure to use that approach whenever we lift something up to the top of this splitter to move down. If we bring something in over the top of that splitter, then this will have to come in like that. Because we'll need to lower it there. Do have a steeper ramp that can go that high, but that's a bit too high. Well, we'll leave that for now. That's an option, but we might end up instead moving it along here and moving this wood belt out, this wood out one or something. We'll see. What was producing the yeast powder? All right, 1 blender. And then 1.5 blender and a nursery behind that. Oh, the nursery is going to be taller than this anyway. Not by much. It is sage that we want as well. Yeah, so you can always... what does it need? We're using this for the plant ash. So we also need furnaces. And that's going to break the stackability of 5 of these. So it's more like we can stack this part of it. But then the production of the furnace... the production of the plant ash... might maybe even take that from where I was making soap. If I can copy it specifically. That. So yeah, this is producing the red wine here. Yeah, let's take that. Because if I only need I'll need 1.5 of these for each setup of these. So maybe, since I can't stack them, maybe I will make them in separate stages. Just, yeah, so 5 times 1.5, that doesn't really work out nicely either. Yeah. Oops. It's too late for me to do simple math. Yeah, 7.5 nurseries. So the nurseries put out 60 a minute. We need 90 a minute. Yeah, 7.5. That's right. It'd be fairly easy to make like 8 of these and then just built into where it's needed. We would just need fertilizer, but we need fertilizer for these flax things anyway, so we'd have fertilizer available at this end. Oops. Seventh Guardian, hey, how's it going? Also, I probably shouldn't try to combine these outputs too much, because this is going to be... This is a full belt per... Yeah, so it should probably run the other way, like have the furnace on the bottom. This might actually be a case for using blast furnace, because if we want 8 of these, although it's a bit difficult to arrange on a... I still haven't come across an arrangement of things on top of blast furnaces that I really like. I guess if you don't care about fuel, you could be using this stackable crucibles instead to reduce that footprint and just put them all on one. So how many is that? 8, 16, 24 of these crucibles stacked on one stone furnace. Will that even fit? Their fuel input is they use 50% more fuel, or more heat, I should say. Then it's just a matter of actually running things to it, like the inputs and outputs, which unless you're running them beside it, I don't think you have much of an option. Still curious to see if you can. somehow. And that's also going to consume a lot, like from one single furnace. I do have a second line of coke set up. I'm just not using it yet. Let's see. I'm more curious about the layout here to see if this can be done without too much insanity. The nurseries are just like one too high for that to work repeatedly, I think.
Hello.
Hello. Gargoyle checking in. Yeah, you could do that if you just put the nurseries to the side instead of trying to fit it around, which is probably a better arrangement anyway. Like, whoops. Amount of sage seeds. How many more do I need? I don't know. Let's get a few. Can't think about it.
Hello.
Hello. And Wisp checking in. Yeah, I was hoping to get that repeatable all on just this side, keeping it square, but it's not. I don't know what I'm going to do with the outputs. I'm just... As soon as I had this idea for this arrangement in my head, I was a bit obsessed with making it work. So here we are. And then it's just a matter of repeating that, I think. Exactly. Except I think it won't fit. I think it'll be blocked on that last one. I think it's too tall. Whoops. And they'll have different heights. So it's actually repeating that. So let's check this one. Damn, it just fits. Be a bit of a nightmare to run the fertilizer into and get all the plant ash out of, but I kind of like. How can I easily copy this? See. No, I don't want all of it, right? I only want here, I think. Something's off by one. One support, two support, three support. Have I included too much space somewhere? So input, 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 input. So I need another support row. I think it's this that I need. I didn't include enough. This is going to go awful in terms of fuel consumption, I can just tell. But that is neat. And that is all... that's actually slightly in excess of what we need, because all we need is the output of 7.5 nurseries instead of 8. But there's no easy way to ratio that down, so I'll just build them all identically and let them all back up a little bit equally. Now then, for getting the output out, so that's all going to be plant ash. The plant ash needs to go into the blender to make the yeast powder. Blender, blender, blender. blender with yeast powder to make where does that come? Where does that go again? No, it was a blender to make soap. No. Yes. Wait, did I not see soap on this? Of course I did. It was right in front of me. Okay, yeah. So all that plant ash goes into matching blenders. So it's 7.5 blenders as well. Thanks for the follow. English in chat though, please. Yeah, howdy. So yeah, with needing 7.5 blenders, we would have to be building 8 anyway. So I'm thinking of a staggered, like a blender out arrangement there. If we can fit.
I am a great magician.
Something like stack them in a way. Although they're a bit difficult to stack these. Yeah. Might have to go side by side instead. Yeah, Tyrion, hey. Silverhawk, hey, as well. How's it going? My clothes are rainbow. Blenders are real annoying to stack. I'll see if I can put them on a shelf maybe next to all this, or I might have to use the this instead. These blenders, while they do fit under this table, they can't be placed near the legs, so you can only get one of those per table on the underneath anyway. As opposed to that, which you can put 4. I don't have anywhere here where I'm already using a shelf. The shelf it's only 2 tiles deep. So this is probably a better option. Although... that too is an option. I was going to say to tuck it into there, but if I'm going to do that, I may as well just be using those other stands anyway, like there, and just having the output run this way instead. The kind of annoying thing is that you can only fit like 2 blenders there. I guess if I just move it back one. Output from there, run it there. And then these then need to go into grinders anyway. And if memory serves me, it's... Boy. If memory serves me, it's 2 grinders per blender as well. I will summon the boy. I'll step away very, very quickly just for a bathroom break. And should have the boy ready to go. About that. There we go. I'll start the timer, but I'll pause it. There we go. I just want to go to the bathroom real quick, and I'll be back. But yeah, you get the boy. I'll only be like 2 minutes. Back in a sec. Forgot about that. All right, back soon. Bye. All right. Boy timer, resume. So yeah, confetti albatross, subjecting you all to my old PNG tuber for half an hour. So you can blame them for that. Easy way for me to find out the ratio of grinders needed. Pretty sure it is what I'm thinking. But yeah, every 3 seconds soap is made, and it takes 6 seconds to turn that into soap powder. So yeah, you need 2 grind. Or this might be where the first time that I use the enhanced grinder just for space efficiency, because I can't think of a good way of splitting that up between 2 grinders without resorting to either... Yeah, there's just not enough space there to do... Also, this is... Hang on. Before I get too into that, I've got to remember that this is a bit more advanced than what I've already got laid down. So these need to be combined... Lower down like that. No, that's all right. Okay. I was thinking that won't fit under the stand there, but I won't be using the stand there. That means we can actually get rid of them. So combined 60 a minute. Yeah, so that will... These enhanced grinders... It's kind of a shame that they take up 3 times the space, but they work at twice the speed. I guess the benefit there is that, you know, for these specific setups where you have to divide one of these outputs into 2 grinders, like, what are your options? You belt out and split like that, or you priority split like that and then merge, although you don't have to bother with the caring about the priorities, of course. So that's 1 tile wide, 2 tiles high, or 1 tile, yeah, 1 tile high, 2 by 3. That's 2 tiles high, 1 wide, 5 deep. And that's does all that in a 3 by 1 by 1, which sadly doesn't fit on there. Although for 2 of those it would. Just not the last one, because I could bring that in like that. I guess if I move that whole shelf out 1, maybe I'd be able to do that. Oh. Yeah, then you can't fit that there. You fit it going back there, but then where does it go? If this whole setup was moved out one, then all these would need moving out as well, which is not... not ideal, but what am I actually saving space on here? Got to remember that these are what I'm setting up here is the inputs for the whole thing. Yeah. There's 1.5 of these nurseries for every one of those assemblers. We'll have 5 of them. There'll be 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 somewhere. And this whole setup will do the plantash to soap powder. That's what's going to be coming out of here. As long as I can stack these like this. Which I'll just make sure I can, I suppose. Yes, so the last one won't even be fully needed. Be 369. You don't need that last one. I did my steppy ladder. Still not convinced about this setup, to be honest. The rest of it I like. This part I don't like yet. It bothers me that you can't stack blenders some way without adding more room than needed above them. I'd like a variant of this that has that one tile support in like 2 places. So basically that, which I suppose is what I just built before, but without the edges. It's what I built before using beams, except it's a full tile. Actually, that get over there. Think. Is there going to be is there going to be a table to sit and have a coffee after all this hard work? There'll be a bed to sleep in, or for me at least anyway. And then approximately 8 hours after that, there'll be a computer desk for me to have a coffee at in the morning. How goes the monstrosity that is your factory? No, not too bad, yeah. I'm trying to build one last thing before I stop playing the game until they update it further. There's some personal opinions that I have about it, for stuff that I came across. game design wise. So we'll wait and see if they like. I don't want to put too much more effort into it so long as it's early access. So we'll wait and see how those updates pan out. What's that? It's basically, I don't know. I don't want to spoil it too much. I guess I'll say like I talked about it a fair bit during the first hour of the VOD today. So maybe go back and have a look at it. But it has to do with the cauldron. It's basically a make it all machine kind of. And I'm hoping they maybe change how that works. Alright, so that's supporting that. That's supporting that. How deep are these? Okay. I was thinking maybe I could fold the blenders to point back that way and the output comes out that way, but then I forgot that we need the grinders too. So looking into those, yeah. Yeah. I did look into them. I can see what they're going for. It just doesn't feel right to me at the moment. I mean, yeah, it's an alchemy game, so there's going to be stuff like that in it, but it just feels weird that they doesn't require anything except heat to do its magical alchemy work. Yeah, and you come across it fairly late in the game, and it's quite a game changer if you use it to its potential. And it's like the idea is that you should be messing around and discovering recipes, but it's an early access game, so why would you do that? Kind of like knowing that it's all highly subject to change. Damn, if I do that like that, I can't get the pipes in for the linseed oil. I have to move that out one. And that fucking deleted what I had on my clipboard. Well. But this doesn't stack like I want anyway, because we need another... this... Actually, no, it does. It does. Okay. I was thinking about that earlier, and it does. It's already calculators up. Exactly, yeah. Wiz and Liz on the Amiga. Yeah. There's so many. It's pretty much every item that you can put in. I think you put in practically any item. So you have what, 3x3x3. You have the 3 item combinations, that permutation of however many items that you have, like how many things you can possibly make, and all the intermediate stuff as well. It's like, it's too much to bother discovering without having a system to it. And then you just end up figuring out the system and optimizing it anyway, and just coming across what other people have just made calculators for. And then you can just put those items into the cauldron and they just do their thing. It's like just add those to heat in a cauldron and then suddenly those items are now something else. It's like I get it, it's alchemy, but what? It's like there's no extra challenge to that. You're just suddenly doing alchemy. You're suddenly transmuting. And I went down that path because I was looking into how expensive making the blast potions are, and then went around looking for inspiration to see how other people had been doing it. And it's like, oh, here's this setup that does blast potions costing virtually nothing because it just uses a bunch of cauldrons. It's like, oh, great. Well, virtually nothing is not quite true, but it's like, it's not featuring all the construction you might think to make all the intermediate ingredients before the blast powder and then the potion. It's just sort of magically turning some plants, like chaining a few things together and then ending up with blast powder. So all it needs is fuel and some fertilizer. No, it needs fertilizer because it consumes its own fuel. And that's all it needs. Now, please tell me I can put supports on top of them. Yes, I can. All right. This machine's turning out to be a little bit larger than I thought it might, but so that you can probably fold this back into itself though. I still haven't actually verified whether this part will work without just deleting so much fuel from the furnace that I can't even feed it with a belt. But we'll see. So yeah, this should stack this part of it. And we don't need the full 9 either to stack. Select it all anyway. Actually, I only want to select from there. Okay, get rid of that. I'm not using that one anyway. Bounding box on those blenders is really weird. Maybe I should have put the pipe in first. No, that would have just made it hard later to actually clean up if I want to change something. Okay, so the output of this is the 8s. Hang on. Yeah, 8. Okay, 20 per minute through the blenders of soap. These grinders do... It would have been 10, now these are twice as fast, so 20. So each one of these is a full belt of soap powder. So we'll need... these supports at least, so we can actually deal with the belt output, unless I start using well, I might use conveyors somewhere there, but yeah. Then the soap powder will be going into 5 blenders again to make yeast powder. Ow. Is that right? So each one of those assemblers needs that 15 a minute of yeast powder. So yeah, it's 5. Yeah, it's just these outputs are a little bit strange. It's going to be... These 3 need to be divided by 2 and 2. And then we are setting up for 8 here because we need 7.5. 90. Yeah, so that's 20, 1 full belts, which needs... Those 3 grinders need to output into 2 blenders. Which we face another blender stacking problem, which maybe I'll just add on to the end of here instead of trying to curve anything around. So, like... divide that middle one out to there, and then feed into a blenders and just follow this. that set up again. Like that. Just get rid of the middle one. I think that makes sense. I can just do that for symmetry or sameness. Their recipes just need changing to yeast powder, and we'll have to bring the fruit wine in to here. Then that's a reduction. So the output of both of these. Wait, I did say 5, right? Because that's 6 that I've made. So I'm wondering if there's any of these. Yeah, so this top row will technically output enough to make these blenders not quite run. This is where I'm ratioing down, so I probably can just get away with just one blender there. So it doesn't matter if this backs up. And I might not even need those grinders there if we only put in... no, leave it. That's fine. I could drop that down one to put another, like put a blender down here instead of up there. As in like there. No, I can't do that, actually. Because if I use a conveyor belt to go down past that blender's liquid input, I won't be able to put the liquid in. I could run it down the side, but then I'd have to run a whole support line of thingos stands to do it. I don't want to do that. I'll stick to that. So yeah, 5 blenders producing yeast powder. So we got the plant ash coming into the first blenders. So all these... there's a bunch of stackable crucibles inside there, which might be deleting all my fuel, but we'll see. And all their plant ash is going into the 8 blenders. Yep. And those blenders are making soap. Once we bring the linseed oil in, that's getting ground down into powder, making the yeast powder. All right, let's clean up that. I'll leave that there just in case, but I'll take the... Yep. Take the majority of it away. Get rid of that, and that. Pipes coming in for liquids, so easy to run, so I'll just leave that till last.
Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Oh.
I am a great magician.
We've got a raid. Typhon Plume, hey, welcome on in. How's it going? Get you a shout out. playing some Lightyear Frontier. Nice. Welcome on in. My name's Gwillem. Thank you for the raid. I'll probably be wrapping up things soon, but yeah. Messing with the beta there for the next update. Beta of Lightyear Frontier. I don't know anything really about the game, but yeah. Yeah, welcome. We're playing some Alchemy Factory. Hope your stream went well. If it's late for you, and oh yes, time is up for my old ping tuber, so let's get rid of that. If it's late for you, do make sure to post-stream self-care and all that. Oh, that's the farming sim where you're piloting a mech. Okay, yeah. We had someone raid in after playing that the other day. So I guess, yeah, okay. Updates. Updates and people streaming updates. Nice. I want to keep thinking about this thing. I've been building this for a while. So yeah, appreciate it. Come on in, everyone. So something I haven't set up for yet is distributing the fertilizer around for this. I'll figure that out once I know which direction it's coming in from. Midnight, yeah, it's 11:30 here. Upload a blueprint for what you forget though. So we need fuel, we need fertilizer, we don't need money. Okay. And then those 5 blenders need to output into each of these assemblers that we need to duplicate this. So I might just snip off that. Yep. Sometimes this game doesn't capture your mouse properly. Okay, take care then. Do take care. Yeah. Thanks for the raid, of course. If you're heading off, yeah, appreciate it. So we'll need that excess wood output around here. You know, I think I'm not going to worry too much about optimal placing for this sort of stuff right now. Let's just like get it up and running. I still need to run that input there for the logs. Running out of material, low on nails, low on steel. All right, steel is upstairs, downstairs, downstairs. Yeah. grab some extra iron and stuff from downstairs. Let's get the nails. Because I'll be running a couple of pipes fairly long distance soon. Low on gears too. Nanook, hey, how's it going? That might not fit there with all the... Oh no, it will. Let's just put that down here and then I'll get rid of the... stands on there. Whoops, wrong key. Just. Has the experience been so far? Not bad. I've reached an end though of not the content, but like I've spent 110 plus hours in it for early access, a relatively cheap one too. So that's been pretty damn good value. But there's some like late game mechanics around how certain things work that I'm like, I hope they find a better way of representing like how alchemy is kind of factored in, because you kind of get like a wild card machine that can make a bunch of things and doesn't really kind of make sense to me. But it's also not required. You can completely ignore it if you want. It's just weird. So after this stream today, I'm going to take a break from it and come back to it when they do updates. But for me, like even if they never come back and update this game, like I've had a pretty good run of it, you know. Yeah. Especially for what it was, around $20 US. So I can't really complain about the time, the value for money there. So those bottom outputs will be half belts. They all need to get consumed over here. So arrangement wise, maybe like this somewhere. It needs to cook, yeah, but only really for, oh, it's a bit close, only really for this late game stage. I don't know if I even really call this late game, more like late mid game. You can play everything that I've been doing up until around about now and not encounter any of the qualms that I have, which which I talked a bit about at the beginning of the VODs, at the beginning of the stream today, so I'm not going back over it. But yeah, like I don't know, it's a factory game, right? So how much can I spoil? But basically this item here, the cauldron, it's you heat it up and you put 3 items in it, and out comes a different item. That's vastly simplified, but it can be any input, like any selection of inputs, as long as they're not like the same thing twice, result in a different item. And given how many items there can be, like exploring all those permutations it's to the point where you just want to know the system that underpins it. There's so many combinations. It's like, yeah, I'll just look up a calculator. Like people have already made calculators for it. And then it's like it doesn't require any sort of like magical catalyst or anything like that to do that. So it's like, it's kind of weird, and I'm really hoping that it's just a placeholder for them to figure out some more like, not even intricate, just more like justifiable mechanic to allow for that very powerful ability to just transmute completely unrelated things into some other unrelated thing, of roughly equal value, but not always. It's like sometimes it becomes better, sometimes it becomes worse. But yeah. So I don't really want to put too much time into figuring that stuff out, because I expect that it's highly subject to change, that part of the game. Wait, is there not of items? Yeah, it's a fixed 3 input thing. Like the system is just each. This is why I kind of think it's a little bit maybe undercooked. It's like each item that you can put into it has a hidden cauldron value, and all it does is add up those values of the things that you put into it, and then it spits out something at the other end that has a cauldron value that is closest to the sum of what you put in. And you can get it to output basically all these, not all of them, all the raw ingredients, and then the like +1 like processing steps, 1 or 2, but not like manufactured items. So you can do it. You can do some pretty powerful things by just creating stacks of cauldrons and chaining them together, and then just feeding in a shitload of basic material like plants, and then you just end up with like potions. It's powerful. It's I imagine fun to figure out, but it also kind of doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know. I hope they find a different way of doing it. It just doesn't feel satisfying for me to actually employ it. But as I said, it is completely optional as far as I can tell. Like, unless there's something right at the end of the tree that needs it, that doesn't, or something buried in the items behind these, it doesn't seem like you're required to actually use the cauldron for anything. It's just a different way of making those items. Yet some of the things, like the final forms of fuel, appear to be borderline so expensive with their base ingredients, like as inputs, that you may as well be using the cauldron instead to produce them in usable quantities without having an immense factory just to do that. All right, so this is fertilizer in. Fertilizer in. We also need some fuel going in there. Which I'm going to have trouble actually putting that down. Probably because that was on the wrong row or wrong level. Have I put that on the wrong side? I thought I rotated them around. Or maybe I left that like that intentionally. I think I did. Four combinations are possible. Then there are 2 million, yeah, 2.6 million. Yeah, I don't know exactly because it's not every, you can't output every item. So someone actually has made or some people have made few calculators, and one of them is a cauldron calculator, so you can go and see that it's actually this is all the outputable items from the cauldrons. It's basically all the raw ingredients plus a little bit of processed ones, and it excludes the things that you can just simply buy from the portals anyway. See their objects and hide objects with it needs an easy. Well, they're apparently working on a shrinking machine, so you can shrink down and just go inside there and do things maybe. So that might be their answer to that. But then you can see all the, like, let's say I want to make, like I was talking before, blast powder. And that's all the inputs that can be used to make blast powder, and so I don't know what the math is there, but it's a lot of combinations. All right, fuel, fertilizer. We need liquids coming into there. What's the time? 11:50. I'm getting a little bit late here. This needs fertilizer. This needs wood, excess wood from that. I don't think I'm getting this up and running tonight, maybe. Drink a potion of Magi. Tea potion to turn you into a mouse for a bit. Yeah, they did mention character shrinking machine. We are working on it. So, yeah. Looks like they're committed to making some updates, and they're expecting early access to be about 6 to 12 months long. So they're expecting to exit early access by the end of the year. Man, this is it. Yeah, once I'm done with this stream of it, that's going to be it for me for a little while. I'll play it, if at all, I'll play it in my own time off stream. And then I'll wait to see how their updates go. Okay. So I think the only output this has is what's coming out of those blenders, which need to go into around there. So it might be better for me to put all this. No pipes in that, right? No. So yeah. But there's definitely a lot of potential in this game. Like they've got some things right early on, and that's like to do with quality of life. Like the stuff that I've just done to move that around, you know. Like even to this day, Satisfactory has not got that level of convenience, and they did that deliberately. Factorio, to do that, you need to get bots, which it gets there eventually, but and that's fine, but yeah. They've accounted for that like right from the start. So a good catapult over to there, maybe, or maybe not. I don't know. Might be able to. Yeah, check your perimeter. Yeah, I guess I'm just hoping that the cauldron mechanic is not something that they're really, really happy about. And they're like, oh, this is why we made the game, so you could do all this and then switch over to the wild card machine that is the cauldron. That'll be a bit disappointing if that's the case. Yeast powder into there. I don't know if I'll be able to fling it from that top one without running into roof space issues, but I can deal with that. forgot that these catapults are really difficult to stack. So maybe instead of doing that, I'll just put them all down on the ground. Blenders have outputs, so do they. Okay, you do too. We just don't have liquids coming over here yet. So these are all coming down here. So hopefully I can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those angles aren't going to be workable though. No. Might be better just to belt over there. Some of them will work. Yeah. Hey, have a drink. I'm out of water. And the next time that I get up from my desk will be when I'm finishing for the day. It's tempting to try and stack those onto stands, but whatever. There's only 2 more that need to go up anyway. So much popping. if all this works first go, I'll be very surprised. Also, it's midnight, so I am going a little bit over time. I should hang on. I should check and see what I've got on first thing in the morning. Yeah, nothing till like 9:30. Okay, how I'm going to get these out to their dispatch portals, I don't know, but they're not going to work anyway until I can do something with all the excess wood that's coming out of this as well, which means distributing it to all this. What was it? 2 belts of wood per level of these. So 4 belts here. Just thinking if I can remove, because these were pretty sure I did the math right in that these are, we need, yeah, so it's 25 table saws with 24 for 600 each, or 600 planks total. But 5 of them times 24. Five of them out. Okay, these 3 actually need, because these aren't actually 2.5. It's less than a belt, and less than half of a belt. It's like 24, 48, 48, and 24, not 60, 60, and 30. So these need combining. This is actually yeah, thankfully it's a bit easier than Factorio to do some basic belt balancing. There won't be any priorities involved, but it's just like where's that going? Right, no, the bottom belt there is mushroom that we don't want to touch. Stop that there. We can't do that there. Basically, I just need to go like that for those. That wood, and that wood. Maybe with the low output one in the middle. Yeah. But then I need to do that for all 5 of those to consolidate these down to 10 belts instead of 13 partially filled ones. Otherwise, I can't distribute them around properly over here. So it might actually be better because it's to bring them out a bit here instead of trying to do that down the end now that I've clogged this area up. In fact, you might even be able to do it in all this. It's like you priority merge this last one onto that one and have it overflow when it's full onto these ones here. You know, I'm not going to have time to figure this out and fire it up. I know what I need to do. It's just going to involve a lot of clicking. So I think I'm going to have to wrap it up. But yeah, the idea here is like, overview. We're trying to get, we're trying to fulfill the dispatch here, dispatch portal for the next contract, which is 1,600 a day of gloom spores, which I calculated if you go for like 23 hours a day, we need roughly, I think it's the output of 5 assemblers total. Yeah, 15 a minute. So 5 times 15, yeah, 75 a minute, which maybe that even needs to be more. Can't remember now. But anyway, so 1,600 a day divided by 75 is, yeah, 21.3 minutes, which is 1 minute is 1 hour in game time. You could do it quicker, but there's no point. You could try and do it slower, but the next increment down is 60 a minute, which is 26 hours, so it wouldn't fit into a day. But all of this is meant to combine together in various ways, because the biggest part of that job is making, well, the first part of that job really is making the gloom fungus, which is simple. It's actually just all these table saws producing, like cutting the rotten log up and producing the fungus, but then they have a what do you call it? It's a byproduct of a shitload of wood. I could just be throwing that wood away, and I suppose I could try that now, but even that's going to take up a little bit of time. But the idea I had is to take all that wood being output and feed it into making these Jupiter relics, because it consumes, like, all of this was going to make 600 a minute of excess wood, which works out to be exactly the amount needed to make 2 of these, like, power these shapers, including all the creation of the small wooden gears and the wooden pulleys. Those are all wood, no extra things needed. The wooden pulleys need linen rope, which is coming from all down there, and this is all just to produce the gears that's needed, and this is to make the pulleys and shove them into the shapers there. So we just need to feed 4 belts. So the output from these 2 into there for wood, and the rest of these another 2 belts. I think it's another 2 belts. So that's 6 belts in total to make the gears. And then 2 and 2, another 4 belts of raw just planks in for the shapers, which is a total of 10 belts for that. So that's just dealing with the byproduct into a sink that can basically get us either money or experience. And then the other half of that equation is the yeast powder, which is coming from this thing, which was fun to put together, but I don't know if it'll actually work yet because I haven't fired it up yet. The only thing that's not being made here are the liquids that I need to bring in just on pipes, but I've already got that all made because pipes liquids I find really easy to distribute around. Here's fruit wine and linseed oil. Those pipes just need running down here and plugging into the blenders that are through here. That's fruit wine, linseed oil. Very close, but I'm going to have to call it. I think I'll have to have a look around for somewhere to go because it's 12:15. Don't see any one of my follows playing this game. See a Dwarf Fortress player. Yeah, might go say hi to a Dwarf Fortress player since we've been playing some Dwarf Fortress ourselves. But I'll save this and I'll finish this machine off in my own time. Sorry that I didn't give the satisfying ending of actually switching it on, but it's not practical. I need to prioritize my work over this. So let me switch our music up. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here. Yeah. But yeah, I hope you all have enjoyed some Alchemy Factory gameplay over the last few streams. Despite the gripes or misgivings that I've had with it, I genuinely have had fun with it and probably will keep playing a bit off stream. And I look forward to seeing how their updates go with it. But hang around for just a moment and we'll go and say hello to someone neat. Let's copy all those notes out. Try and save them. But yeah, let me thank folks for things that they did. Thank you for the raid, and Typhon Plume, thank you for the raid as well. Thank you all for being here, of course. Lurkers, chatters alike, VOD watchers too. Really, really appreciate you. That'll be the last stream for me for like a week. I'm going away for the weekend, so it'll be at least a week until I can stream again. Whether I stream immediately after I get back, we'll see. So don't expect to hear from me for at least a week, maybe like a week and a half or more. But yeah, I think that's all I got. No other news. I don't know what I'm going to be playing when we get back. Who knows? Maybe it will even be Alchemy Factory if they release a major update for it between now and then. But I wouldn't count on it. Yeah, that's all I got. I'm going to go. It's too late. So the lair's closing for the night. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. But I know where else where you can go. That's over to Claiborne. Claiborne is playing some Dwarf Fortress, as I said. Don't know exactly what he's up to with that, but yeah, Dwarf Fortress is always a good time. Here's our raid message. Greetings from the lair. We bring you love. Use whatever emotes that you want, of course, but there's a couple of suggestions for you. First one's mine. Second one's global emote. And I'm pretty much going to raid and fade, so I'll just say hi and say it's late, I gotta go. But yeah, Claiborne's cool. Go check him out. Ask him what he's doing or something. All right. I'm going to dissolve into bed. I'll see you all in a week or so. Until then, take care, and I'll see you around Twitch.